por vir Pompeia, antes da expulsão e dominação europeia. E aí, galerinha, beleza? Então vamos lá. Agora que eu percebi, a música tava saindo na live? Tava rolando uma musicona, tava saindo na live? O nome dessa música, pior que eu fechei, é Pompeia, se eu não me engano. Pompeia? Pompeia? É Pangeia, desculpa. Fábio Braza Pangeia. Mas bora lá? Da hora que eu cliquei para abrir aqui, não cliquei para abrir. Sherlock Holmes, os acordados representam preconceitos raciais e étnicos que infelizmente são comuns na sociedade. Em 24 de fevereiro, nossa casa Ucrânia foi brutalmente invadida e forçada à guerra. Em 2022, começamos a desenvolver os acordados. Esse jogo. Caralho, mano. Eu não consegui ler! Cadê o som do jogo? Então, cadê o bendito do jogo? Não pode estar vazando pelo NVIDIA Broadcast. Postando aqui. Cara, eu vou ter que usar modo de. Deixa eu ver um negócio aqui. A emergência tá como padrão? Tá, a emergência tá como padrão. Beleza. O modo de captura do som do jogo não tá muito legal, mas beleza. Não tá aparecendo lá pro o estilo de captura que eu jogo. Que eu uso, né? O jogo salva automaticamente. Marque as evidências selecionadas com X e pergunte às pessoas sobre ela. Caso não faça isso, os outros não entenderão o que estão falando. Aí eu cliquei em OK e o jogo crash. Ó.
Dr. Watson, would you kindly close the door behind you so that we can limit the price of your carelessness to merely hours of work rather than days?
My apologies, Mr. Holmes. I found myself rather taken aback. I saw tidier houses in war-torn Afghanistan. Are those my surgical needles?
I ran out of tacks and the matter required immediate attention.
Was that my supper?
Plainly not, for I was the one who ate it.
I set it aside for this evening.
And for that I am grateful.
Is that my bed?
Watson, since you've proven yourself a master of observation, might I ask you to apply your skills to a more pertinent question? Namely, the whereabouts of today's newspapers. They are the key to everything. The newsboy is usually reliable.
Medically speaking, I often find that the key to everything is good sleep. In a bed. Your papers are here, on the table.
Let us see what the postman brought today.
Pra eu posicionar aqui. Notícias de Londres, 28 de setembro de 1882. A tensão entre Inglaterra e Suíça cresce após uma série de eventos desafortunados durante a recente visita da princesa suíça Hildur a Londres. O principal escândalo foi o constrangimento dos corpos diplomáticos britânicos como resultado da inexplicável desaparição dos guarda-costas pessoais da princesa. O velho membro de tal círculo íntimo aproveitou a oportunidade de explorar Londres no seu dia livre, mas nunca retornou ao seu passeio noturno. Um porta-voz da polícia garantiu às notícias que eles confiavam em um guarda-costas será localizado, pois ele é um representante do povo escandinavo. Um homem assim é facilmente notado, seja por seus pares nos clubes de cavaleiros ou pelas senhoritas que os confortam.
Local gossip, all of it uninteresting. Your order from Barnes' bookshop has arrived, Doctor.
Barnes insists on delivering the books to our door, even though we could easily walk to his shop. That's good service.
Another letter from Werner. I never reply, but they keep coming. I don't see the Strand. Where is it?
Pardon me?
I am on the precipice of uncovering a pattern of crime across London spanning many months and involving many men. The missing paper cannot be a coincidence.
That's preposterous.
My dear fellow, life is infinitely stranger than anything which the mind of man can invent.
Well, life used your newspaper to wipe its posterior, so after that unpleasant discovery this morning, I disposed of it. But in lieu of the Strand, perhaps I can deliver you something equally tantalizing. I have just returned from a patient of mine, Captain Stemwick, who...
No, that will not do. Grab your coat, Dr. Watson. Let us hope nobody has collected the dustbin.
Watson, se você me... Tá chuvoso hoje. Tente vestir algo mais apropriado aos climas. Abra seu registro de caso com você. Opa. Obrigatoriamente eu sou obrigado a pegar um chapéu?
A cactus spine. If it gets in your skin, it's awfully tricky to remove, and when laced with poison, the perfect assassination tool. You were mistaken, Dr. Watson. The paper was indeed dirtied, but not how you implied. It's potting soil. See, Watson? The conspiracy is real. Someone tried to poison me.
Poison? You? That's madness.
Get the Strand! Get your copy of the Strand here! Sorry, Mr. Holmes. I just sold my last paper.
Glassed. Then why are you still here?
Boss pays by the hour. No sense in returning early.
You're a bright child. I presume you see everything that goes on around here?
Nothing gets past me, mister.
Then tell me, did you notice anyone suspicious at my door this morning?
Like the man with your newspaper?
Precisely. What do you know?
I know the value of a shilling.
Dr. Watson?
Sure, now I can take the day off.
Did you see what he was up to?
Nah, not really. I saw him approaching your house, but I had a customer. Then there's a loud bang. I ducked down. Not because I was scared, because I wasn't. I had to protect the merchandise. And all I could see was him kneeling at your door.
Which way did he go?
Not sure. I was distracted by customers. Sorry.
Can you describe the man you saw?
He was carrying a lot of books. Up to his chin they were.
Ever heard of a well-read assassin?
Looks can deceive. Hence the appeal of disguises. All right. You earned your shilling. That'll be all.
Thanks, Mr. Holmes. Maybe I could be your eyes and ears. If you have more shillings. Get the Strand! Get your copy of the Strand here!
A edição perdida do Strand estava no lixo, com um espinho de cacto e uma das folhas. Tais espinhos são difíceis de remover de uma pele. Watson trouxe a edição matutina, mas o Strand está desaparecendo. Ele descartou antes de eu entrar no prédio porque as páginas estavam sujas. Há uma possibilidade que ainda esteja dentro das nossas entregas matutinas. Há um livro para o Watson. Quem arruinou o Strand? Beleza. O depoimento deu certo, né? Mas os itens seriam o livro do... Foi Barnes, o livreiro do local. Sr. Barnes está envolvido no esquema. O vendedor de jornais disse que o homem suspeito carregava uma pilha de livros. E esta manhã o Sr. Barnes, o livreiro local, entregou o romance do Watson. Um espinho de cacto para um assassinato. Um barulho forte. Impõe uma visita ao Sr. Barnes. Então, beleza.
From that Mr. Holmes' murder? Yes, Barnes has his quirks, but he also has his scruples.
Not every pawn
Get the
knows
Strand.
it's part of the
Get
game.
your copy of the Strand here.
Abra e fixe a imagem da livraria.
Get the Strand. Get your copy of the Strand here.
May I ask you something?
No, sir, I've never heard of it.
Apoie-se firmemente na perna esquerda. Sr. Barnes banca e tem olheiras profundas sob seus olhos, resultado de muitas horas de intenso trabalho. Ele não tem muita confiança e deve parecer mais alto dando saltos. Não parece provável que tal pessoa esteja envolvida no assassinato premeditado. Mesmo a tinta em suas mãos indicando que foi ele quem sujou o jornal. Entretanto, Sr. Barnes poderia ser um peão de um plano maior? Pelo que eu vi, ele é viciado em trabalho. Sr. Barnes tem...
Mr. Barnes? A word. Oh, for goodness sake.
Who goes there?
Sherlock Holmes. Now will you please...
Mr. Holmes. Golly, I did not see you come in.
Would you care to answer some questions for me?
Well, I wish I could, but I am deep in the weeds with work. How about we reschedule in a month or two?
Come now, Mr. Barnes. It will only take a moment.
No, really deep in the weeds with important things. Well, help yourself to any book. Just take it and pay later. I trust you, Mr. Holmes.
Barnes doesn't seem like himself. Why is he acting this way?
You're asking the right questions, Doctor. Let's find a way to coax him out.
Um catálogo de plantas exóticas sobre a brincadeira. Planta... O nome é Plantas Imortais para um Amor Eterno.
Basics of cryptoanalysis.
Noções
Cryptography in
básicas.
Egypt. It appears Barnes has an interesting hobby. The ladder is broken, recently, judging by the freshness of the wood. could hardly imagine anything more macabre. The finest view London has to offer. The finest view London has to offer. In the language of Mycroft's secret agents, it's a sign. Dried flowers are replaced when the job is done. I wonder who the recipient is. An improvised stand, but it does make the flowers more visible. So, Barnes has a dog now. Who's a good boy?
Barnes has always been a little odd, but this is uncharacteristic even for him.
Uma escada relativamente nova no canto da livraria de Barnes tem um degrau quebrado recente. Há vários livros sobre criptologia na bancada da livraria do Barnes. Os livros são velhos e ainda estão à venda. Consulta regularmente e faz anotações. Um catálogo de plantas exóticas sobre a bancada. Nome plantas imortais para nanã. Por que Barnes está agindo estranho? Pode ser por causa da escada quebrada? Vamos ver. Beleza, esse daqui eu errei. Beleza. Já arranjei uma parte. Dá uma saída lá pra conversar com a mulher. Boa noite, Nath. Quanto tempo, senhorita?
Hello there. What's your name?
Lily, I know, not very original. The weather is dreary, isn't it? To be fair, my flowers could use the rainfall.
Encouraging people to stop and smell the roses?
Our national emblem. God save the Queen.
The pot is damaged. The blow was severe, but softened by something. A familiar spine? Is this what I found in my dustbin? It must take patience and care to produce a bloom so beautiful.
I imagine so. I merely sell them. Anything tickle your fancy, Mr. Holmes?
Usando maquiagem. Por vaidade ou dissimulação? Olhar distante, evita contato visual ou distração. Broche de luto, em memória do falecido marido? Tecido de luxo, incomum com vestimentas para trabalho. Botas limpas, trocou calçado a chegar. A senhora Fleming usa maquiagem para esconder as bochechas manchadas de lágrimas. Seu vestido é feito de um tecido não adequado para trabalhos em exteriores. Seus sapatos não têm rastro de lama. Provavelmente ela trocou o calçado ao chegar. Ela tem que superar a tristeza vestindo-se elegantemente, mas ainda usa o broche de luto em memória do falecido marido. Seu olhar sempre fixo na distância revela seu distanciamento emocional. Considerando o conjunto de situações, deve-se concluir que sua amiga está pronta para seguir em frente. Eu acho que ela não está sofrendo ainda. Retrato da personagem Senhorita Flanagan. Usa um broche de luto, enquanto chama a memória do seu falito, tenta seguir em frente, como sugere sua maquiagem e vestimento. Talvez ela se vista para atrair a atenção de alguém ou simplesmente aprendeu a armar novamente.
Mrs. Fleming, you look particularly lovely today. Is there a reason?
Does a woman need a reason to look or feel beautiful?
No, but your distant look suggests you seek one man's gaze in particular.
Who told you that?
Nobody. Merely a keen eye and some simple deduction.
Well, I'll kindly ask you to keep your keen eye to yourself, Mr. Holmes.
One of these things is not like the other.
Come again?
The cactus. Those fearsome spines can prove a devil to remove, and the sap is often toxic.
And a rose thorn can give you tetanus, but we still grow them. The cactus seems comparatively harmless, though you have me thinking it must be valuable.
I was under the impression that you knew its price already.
Your guess is as good as mine. The first time I saw this cactus was when I came back from my break.
Beleza.
I'm afraid I can't help with that, Mr. Holmes.
Vem cá, minha princesa. Vamos lá.
What do you make of the flowers in Barnes' shop window?
Well, they could use a bit of water.
Do they mean anything to you?
Mean anything how? I'm not sure I follow, Mr. Holmes.
Why do you think they're there?
Are you suggesting the flowers are for me?
It seems likely, does it not?
Oh, I hope you're right.
Falar pouco sobre o Barnes, né? Com ela, será que vira?
Are you familiar with Mr. Barnes?
Yes, no, not really. Well, in a way.
What on earth does that mean?
I know who he is, of course, but we haven't shared much more than a look.
A look?
Yes. Each morning I go for a walk in the park with my dog, and most days I spot Mr. Barnes there with his new puppy, so we see each other. Actually, we once met briefly while our dogs played. He was quiet and seemed unsteady as he approached, but since then, we've never spoken. I often see him staring through the shop window. Sometimes I wonder what he thinks about that would etch such longing onto his face.
Beleza.
We're looking for a cactus needle in a haystack. A spine in a book stack? No, come on, Watson, think.
So, Barnes has a dog now. Who's a good
I
boy?
can't hear you. Please come back later.
Então, beleza. Já juntamos aqui algumas coisas interessantes. Então, temos uma coisa interessante. Eu tenho quase certeza que esse caco é dele. Dr. Barnes está apaixonado pela senhorita. Barnes exibe um buquê de flores mortas para chamar a atenção da senhorita Fern, uma florista. Ele provavelmente espera que ela entre na sua loja e lhe dê conselhos de irrigação, ou talvez seja só um símbolo do seu desespero. Barnes apresentou anonimamente um cacto que encomendou do catálogo na sua bancada. Uma escolha questionável, mas para Barnes é um símbolo do seu amor eterno, pois o catálogo apresenta tais cactos como imortais. Basicamente é o mesmo cacto que ele derrubou no The Stranded, na rua Baker Street, e agora para conhecer a história completa.
I think perhaps I have been chasing shadows.
Do not despair, Mr. Holmes. Even the best of us make mistakes. We better tell Mr. Barnes what we've learned.
Eu acho que eu deixei coisas
Mr.
para trás.
Barnes, I know what you did, and I know why you did it.
I'm sorry, Mr. Holmes. I can't hear you very well from behind the door.
You ordered a cactus from the plant catalogue and then left it for Mrs. Fleming as a gift. You place flowers in the window to get her attention and wear high heels to appear taller and more desirable. You are her secret admirer.
E caiu.
I couldn't read this morning's edition of The Strand because it was covered in soil and spines. I know you dropped a cactus on it and then fled.
Barnes, it's Dr. Watson. Rest assured we are not interested in disclosing your personal affairs to anyone, including Mrs. Fleming. Please come out.
All right, then.
So, you know what happened then? I was on my way back from the post office, having picked up the cactus and some books. It was quite an awkward package, heavy too, and when I got to your door, I dropped the cactus in your paper. Forgive me.
I needed that paper to prove a theory and prevent a crime. Your actions were rather disruptive. Your clumsiness carrying the post is matched only by the clumsiness of your romantic gesture.
Oh, it's true. I am useless with this sort of thing. I'm not even sure if Mrs. Fleming noticed.
Cara,
as in most things in life, truth is the answer. Cease with the abstruse signals and anonymous gifts, and simply talk to the woman. What is the worst that can happen? She rejects you, and you are freed from this endless purgatory.
That... Yes, you are correct, of course. I do have a slight tendency to overthink things. Thank you.
So, at last, we return to the matter of the paper. I'm investigating a string of burglaries. Did you perhaps read of any before the edition was spoiled?
I don't recall, but you're welcome to read our copy for yourself.
You had an issue of The Strand here all along?
Well, naturally. I am a bookseller. I have a subscription to every magazine and newspaper in London.
So you ought to be familiar with the concept of burying the lead.
Oh no, my apologies, Mr. Holmes. I'll make it up to you however I can. I am an expert on obscure languages and translation and
Yes, okay. Just give me the paper.
Strange. Explosão de salitre na Doca das Rochas. Os habitantes locais do Porto de Londres despertaram bruscamente ontem à noite com barulhos altos e uma fumaça vermelha espessa perturbando sua paz. O navio mercante Mosca tinha atracado no cais N3 no início da noite, a caminho da Europa, quando foi sacudido por várias explosões impactantes. As autoridades portuárias ainda não comentaram o incidente e não sabe se algum membro da tripulação encontrava-se a bordo no momento. Testemunhas oculares relataram ter visto uma fuga dessa letra no rio, mas como a areia é restringida para trabalhadores e públicos, pode demorar algum tempo até compreensão integral.
Come, Dr. Watson. Let us put this matter behind us.
Farewell, Mr. Barnes. I hope to hear good news about you and Mrs. Fleming. I'm sure Barnes has had enough of our meddling, Mr. Holmes. We best be off.
Let me know if there's any way I can make it up to you. Tell you what, tomorrow's edition of The Strand is on me.
Well, that was an utter waste of time.
An assassination did seem rather unlikely.
There was supposed to be another burglary. I was certain of it. Something you wish to say, Doctor?
No. Faculty for deduction and pattern recognition. And that perhaps, if ill-applied...
I see things that are not there.
Yes. It is London. There will always be burglaries. Doesn't have to mean anything.
So it seems. Forgive me. Without something to occupy my mind, I turn into an entirely different animal.
Which brings us back to my news from earlier. I think I have a case for you, a real one.
Truly?
Indeed. Though perhaps not as thrilling as your stories from Cordona. A patient of mine, Captain Stenwick, told me that his servant disappeared. I said I knew just the man to help. What do you say?
Oh, Watson.
Yes, I know it's not the most tantalizing mystery, nor the story to launch my writing career. But...
It's brilliant. Let's go.
Oh, good. Well, his house is nearby. Come.
Onde que eu tenho que ir? O Capitão Estranho tem uma grande mansão perto. Está localizado na mesma rua da livraria Barnes.
Impressive stature, strong gaze. I think this man deserves a knighthood.
Really, Holmes? How can you be so sure?
On rare occasions, Watson, it can suffice to trust one's gut.
Ô, disse, seja muito bem-vindo, muito obrigado pela sua raid. Desculpa aí a demora, galera que tá vindo aí, sejam todos muito bem-vindos. Eu tô meio perdidinho aqui, né, mas estamos indo. Tem uma mansão grande aqui próximo, perto da livraria. Será que é uma mansão aqui pra baixo?
Not much further now.
Mas
Is this lousy attitude of yours because of my altercation with Inspector Lockhart? Did he put you up to this?
Sir, the inspector has nothing to do with it. I'm telling you the same thing I tell anyone seeking a missing person.
Good day, gentlemen. Forgive the intrusion. Captain Stenwick, this is my colleague Sherlock Holmes, the consulting detective I told you about.
At last, a professional. This useless officer refuses to do anything about Kimmy here, my missing servant. What was your name again? I shall be certain to inform your superiors.
Sergeant Ruffles. And it's my superiors who made this decision, sir.
Opa, Odysseus, desculpa, mano, tá difícil falar o nome. Mas muito obrigado aí, mano.
Have there been other disappearances lately?
Of course, here and there. But when life is tough and opportunity comes knocking, you can't blame those who answer.
Why has the police department decided not to help?
We investigate murders, thefts, fraud, arson, real crimes. A servant walking away from his master is not our highest priority. That said, if we find Kimahir breaking the law, we'll be sure to notify Captain Stenwick. Now, I must be off. Best of luck in your search.
You heard that, didn't you? The way that man spoke to me. I shall need your written testimony, then we can lodge a complaint.
Captain, perhaps Mr. Holmes' time is better spent learning about your servant, so that he may begin his investigation.
Ah, yes. Quite right. Fire away.
When did you last see your servant?
Kimmy here normally brings me the morning papers, but yesterday I had to get them myself. He must have escaped the night before yesterday.
Tell me about Kimahir.
He's foreign. A Maori. All the way from New Zealand. Biggest man you've ever seen, and as strong as two. Dark hair and fearsome tattoos. He doesn't speak a whit of English. Never bothered to learn. But I made do with pointing. I invested a lot of money in him, so he must be found.
May I see your servant's bedroom?
His shack is in the garden. You can't miss it.
Did you search the room?
Of course, but only to check he wasn't lying dead inside. Everything seemed normal at a glance.
I take it this is the first time Kimahir has vanished?
Undoubtedly. The man seemed terrified of the city. I think it was all the noise. He never left this estate. Should he cause any damage, I will bear the responsibility, for it was I who rescued him from savagery and brought him here to England in the first place.
Is there any reason Kimahir may have left?
I should think not. He had all he could have wanted. Gainful employment, new clothes, and all the cabbage he could eat.
Did Kimahir make off with anything of value?
Heavens, no. I would have mentioned it to Sergeant Ruffles.
Still, he must have fled with some money on his person?
No. I kept his wages in my safe. For security.
All right, Captain. I think I have enough to get started. We shall first take a look around the mansion.
Go ahead. I'll be here, mentally drafting my complaint.
Chewing tobacco. A shoe print, roughly size 11, with a worn-out sole. These are a workman's boots.
A scrap of Hessian. These were sturdy boxes. It would have required a serious blow to break them. A Maori nose flute. Ngurus, they're called. Button chops, the remains of a meal. The ashes are long since cold. A heavy chemical odor. Lend me your nose, Doctor.
Ah, I'll never forget that smell after my time in Afghanistan. That's an opioid, Mr. Holmes, a narcotic.
Is this a taniwha, a Maori water spirit, or something else?
Either way, it's giving me chills.
The rag reeks of smoke. Someone plugged the chimney. Is this a taniwha, a Maori water spirit, or something else? No air coming through it. No air coming through it. Clothes made of hessian. Is Sten really so miserly? Impressive. The sack of grain retained the shape of an impact. Someone hit their head here. Impressive. The sack of grain retained the shape of an impact. Someone hit their head here. A small navy spyglass. Sten makes a servant live in a tool shed. Think you know something? Do you think you may hear an accomplice in this escape? Yes, Stenwick is no angel, but he's one of my few clients. Please try to remain courteous. This disappearance is intriguing, no? I cannot make head nor tail of it. This lock is quite unusual. It appears that the key should be bent to the right. This disappearance is intriguing, no? I cannot make head nor tail of it.
This disappearance is intriguing, no? I cannot make head nor tail of it.
Vamos lá. Para formar a pista aqui.
The door to your garden has an interesting lock.
Yes, I have uncommon locks on every door of my mansion. It makes them harder to pick. Kimmy here and I both had a set of keys.
I'll need to borrow them.
No, you'll need to do what I tell you to do. Examine the garden. Where on earth are you going with this?
Is this spyglass familiar?
I don't recognize it.
Could it be Kimahia's, perhaps?
I doubt it. I never saw him with it, nor could I suggest how he might have come by it.
Do you happen to know Kimahia's shoe size?
I wouldn't have the foggiest, but I'm sure it was enormous. Not that it matters. He spent his life barefoot. Despite my best efforts, he simply did not take to shoes.
Where on
earth are you going with this? Where on earth are you going with this? Where on earth are you going with this?
I came across a pile of Hessian clothes in the shack. Are they Kimahia's?
Yes. I had to give him something to clothe himself. He seemed unfazed by his bare skin, but I found it distracting.
Looks like a knee print. Someone knelt here. The amount of chewing tobacco suggests they were waiting a while.
Amazing, Mr. Holmes. To read the ground like an open book.
Who could have left these tracks? They seem fresh.
Ao que tudo indica, não tem nada no chão. E aí, Batman?
Where on earth are you going with this? Are you joking? Why would I know this? Are you joking? Why would I know this?
Has Kimahir ever indulged in tobacco?
No, the man doesn't even drink.
Are you certain? I found chewing tobacco in the garden.
I controlled Kimihir's expenses since he struggled with the currency. I would have known if he used tobacco.
Beleza, o
Why are
tabaco,
you still here?
o tabaco não é do Kimia.
This disappearance is intriguing, no? I cannot make head nor tail of it.
Tá no meu colo. Deixa aqui no cantinho que eu já dou.
Nossa, o robô, olha, ninguém vai lá dobrar as coisas, vai continuar tudo pegando. Isso é dobradinho.
Ocupado agora, né?
This disappearance is intriguing, though. I cannot make head nor tail of it.
Clothes made of Hessian. Is Sten really so miserly?
Cara, uma coisa que me intriga, cadê a chave?
This disappearance is intriguing, though. I cannot make head nor tail.
This lock is quite unusual. It appears that the key should be bent to the right.
Tem como chegar ali? Do outro lado? O mapa? Cara, o que eu tô deixando passar? Ao que tudo indica, o cara entrou por aqui. Mas eu não tô sabendo dizer onde pode estar a chave.
clothes made of Hessian. Is Stenwick really so miserly? No air coming through it.
This disappearance is intriguing, no? I cannot make head nor tail of it.
Is this a Taniwha, a Maori water spirit? Or something else? No air coming through it.
This disappearance is intriguing, no? I cannot make head nor tail of it.
Beleza, aqui já foi. Agora vamos ver no nosso palácio. O outro item é a luneta. Não, resíduo de tabaco. Falta pistas ainda. O alvo estava aqui. Acho que ele esteja observando com a luneta aqui.
No air coming through it.
Calma aí, eu vou pegar alguma coisa aqui. Primeiro já... Alô? Olá? Ô, Aquinas, o que será que eu posso estar deixando para trás, meu caro Watson? Temos as seguintes questões aqui. Havia um observador aqui. O observador já estava analisando alguma coisa. Ele tacou ópio e tapou a saída de ar. Então, ou seja, ele veio e derrubou nosso querido amigo aqui que estava comendo sua refeição em frente ao fogo. Eu não sei se nosso amigo levou um tombo, se ele foi arrastado e a pessoa caiu. Mas ao que tudo indica é isso.
This lock is quite unusual. It appears that the key should be bent to the right.
If you find my man, I have a marvelous whiskey with your name on it.
Não. Vai comer. Pô, a primeira cena eu passei tão de boa.
Clothes made of Hessian. Is Stenwick really so miserly?
Sim, duas coisas.
Clothes made of Hessian. Is Stenwick really so miserly?
This disappearance is intriguing, no? I cannot make head nor tail of it. This disappearance is intriguing, no? I cannot make... This disappearance is intriguing, no? I cannot make head nor tail of it.
Someone moved a cart to this spot and then took it elsewhere. Can't see it anywhere in the garden.
This dreary rain is making a miserable day even worse.
breve. Armado, não havia entendido como isso funciona. Ah. E a terceira cena é a...
Surveilling from afar, the intruder waited for a window of opportunity. When Kimahir went to sleep, the man crept up to the shack and slipped narcotics down the chimney pipe, then blocked it with a cloth. Kimahir inhaled the sedative and fell into a deep sleep. The intruder tried to move him, but the man was heavier than expected. The intruder fell on the sack and dropped his spyglass. In order to transport the servant, he had to use the cart. The final challenge was opening the garden door. Luckily for our intruder, Kimahir had the key in his shack.
Remarkable. It makes total sense.
Ah, ele é difícil,
You'd
né?
best have found something by now, gentlemen.
I fear that someone may have spied upon Kimahir. Likely the owner of the spyglass I found earlier. It appears they were watching for some time, as there was an impressive amount of chewing tobacco on the ground.
And your point?
I found the residue of narcotics in Kimahir's brazier. There are several explanations, perhaps your servant's recreational interest, or an attempt at poisoning.
Cut to the chase, Mr. Holmes.
You said that you checked the shack earlier. Did you notice the cart tracks near it? Now, one ought to expect a servant to make regular use of such a thing. Indeed, I would have overlooked the detail were it not for the cart's absence. If, as you say, Kimahir never leaves your estate, then where did it go?
I expect answers from you, Mr. Holmes, not questions.
I won't keep you in suspense any longer, Captain. Kimahir was abducted by the owner of the spyglass. When your servant fell asleep, he slipped a narcotic into Kimahir's brazier to make him sleep even more soundly. In order to carry a man as large as Kimahir, the intruder stole the cart and rolled him right out of your garden.
Now, hold on. All this simply to tell me what I already know. Why haven't you found him yet?
I only arrived a moment ago. It is, frankly, incredible that I have already deduced so much.
Every second you dawdle here, waiting for me to stroke your ego, is another second wasted. I'm not interested in the how, the why, or the who. I am only interested in recovering my investment. Spare me the claptrap, boy, and go and fetch my servant.
Truly, there is no better evidence of a man's nature than the way he treats those who help him. And you, sir, are a brute. The cruelty of your ignorance about the Maori people, your selfish attitude to a man's kidnapping.
The point is, Captain, we're telling you this for a reason. The intruder fled through the garden door, and we need a key to follow his trail.
Well, then you should have led with that. Here you go. I hope you'll return soon with good news. And in the meantime, please teach your companion the art of brevity.
Olha, eu poderia fazer uma ficha sua, velho. Boneta descartável.
Sturdy rope, professionally tied in a Portuguese bowline. This knot is often used by sailors to create a bow. Wheels picked up grass along the way. Kimahia's cart, I gather. Roy Soulsby. Could that be the name of our man? A strange substance. I have my suspicions based on the color and consistency, but would you care to hazard a guess, Doctor?
Well, it's odorless, but from the way it absorbs water, I'd say saltpeter.
Then we're in agreement. Well done. A large pile of horse droppings. Many cigarette butts. Someone stood here for hours. There was a cab waiting here. Our abductor slipped in and then off into the night.
Não, eu fiz uma puta de uma volta pra o puto tirar. Um nó particular, uma luneta e umas pegadas das botas do trabalhador. Tudo isso leva à seguinte conclusão: o celular sequestrador do caminho é um marinheiro. Não há tempo a perder. Vital que achemos um táxi até o porto de Londres imediatamente.
The Strand proved not so useless after all. The saltpeter accident. Doctor, do you recall?
The Port of London, of course. The footwear, the spyglass.
Indeed. We shall need to take a cab there.
Porra, poderia estar aberto, né, o portão.
Are you stupid, Mr. Holmes? Stop loitering and go and do your job.
Será que esse é um carroceiro?
Where to go? The Port of London, please. I will show you where to stop.
Mr. Holmes, what a compelling mystery we have stumbled upon. Perhaps I have the premise of my next novel.
One kidnapping does not a story make.
Stop! A black cat crossed before us. It's a bad omen.
Do not take you for the superstitious type, Doctor. Such things are mere fantasies, tricks of a feeble mind. One imagines a physician would keep a surer footing in reality.
Perhaps. Before the war, my time abroad was difficult. Once, I came across an Afghan, bleeding, who I could not save. He pressed a rosary into my hand. A gift, he said, so as to gain God's favor. After that...
Dr. Watson?
Yes, well, I shan't get into details, but sometime later I found myself lost in the desert. Dehydration set in. And things grew ever more dire. The man's words came to me. I said a prayer and placed the rosary on a rock. A gift to gain God's favor.
And you were rescued.
Yes. A detachment of British soldiers found me.
To whom I'm grateful. Without their diligence, you would not be standing here and I would not have this case.
I'm sure you have another explanation prepared, Mr. Holmes, but I think I shall cling to the occasional superstition all the same.
To each his own, Dr. Watson. So long as it does not interfere with my methods, do it. We must press on, cat or no cat. The question remains, why abduct Kimmy here?
Oh, hardly a reputable establishment.
I've seen worse. Greetings, miss. I'm hoping you can help us.
We shall soon see.
Primeiro vamos formar o perfil. Pálida, lábios secos. Manchas de vômitos, náuseas matutinas. Barriguinha relativamente proeminente. Apertadas demais. A empregada do bar está no começo de uma gravidez, portanto tem uma barriga levemente inchada e indícios de náusea matutina. Lábios achados e uma pele pálida indica falta de nutrientes. No entanto, claramente não sabe da sua gravidez, pois usa roupas e agora ficam pequenas nelas. Não sabe da sua gravidez.
I heard tell of a recent explosion in the port. What do you know of it?
Ah, yes. Something exploded in a ship's cargo hold. Caused a terrible blaze. The sky was red with smoke till morning.
Where precisely did it occur?
The ship sank near the third pier, next to the dockyard.
Miss, what if I told you that you are in the family way?
No, really? Oh, thank you, sir. How would I, a simple woman, have ever known without your help? You must be a doctor.
In a manner of speaking.
He's not. He merely has the ego of one. I apologize, miss. Mr. Holmes is fond of his observations, but I am the doctor here, not him. Do you need any help?
I'm fine, thank you. Would rather not discuss my condition, nor let word of it spread.
My colleague and I are seeking a burly man, above average height, with workman's boots.
Half my customers, then. Your description hardly narrows things down.
Are you familiar with a Roy Soulsby?
Roy Soulsby? I know the name, but he's not one of my regulars. My guess is that he works somewhere around here.
Beleza. A mulher tá tentando esconder a gravidez e eu atrapalhando tudo, tá ligado? É, agora eu estou mutado. Ela falou que o negócio explodiu próximo à terceira doca. Ajuda, Giverso desaparecido por uma semana. Por favor, avisar sem eu ver. Perguntar por Daya na favela do Porto. Farrapo vermelho sobre a porta da entrada.
Hello, lad. Is this where I may find Daya?
You read the poster? Yes? You know where my brother Girves is?
Sadly, no. Well, not yet. Where did you last see Girves?
He worked at a, warehouse. This man, Roy Soulsby, gave him the job. He paid him a necklace.
Do you still have the necklace that Soulsby gave to Girves?
Girves left it near the, shrine. I tried to sell it to buy medicine, but no one wanted to buy.
I want to speak to Dea. Is she around?
Amma, my mother, she got sick after the fire. Big red smoke. She couldn't breathe, so I took her to the doctor. Now I am in charge.
How would you describe this Salveee?
He was big and strong. He had a big scary eye.
Scary, you say?
Yes, like it was made of metal.
Don't go anywhere. This cheap pendant looks like silver, but it's only made of tin. No surprise the boy couldn't sell it.
I miss Girves. Do you think he's okay?
Sherock pode interrogar transutantes sobre evidências específicas.
Could you help me?
No, sorry, I know nothing.
Do you know anything about this?
You're lucky to find me.
Homem costuma se mover perto do estaleiro.
Can you satisfy my curiosity?
I can't tell you because I don't know.
Can you satisfy my curiosity?
Ugh, I'm sorry, but I don't know anything.
May I ask you something?
Nope, sorry, I know nothing.
Are you able to help me?
Sorry, sir, I can't help you.
Help me, please.
Sorry, sir, I can't help you.
Excuse me, just one question.
I don't think anyone here knows the answer. You should ask someone else.
Could you help me?
Sorry, sir, I can't help you.
Are you able to help me?
It is a shame I can't answer your question.
Então quando tem esses símbolos, quer dizer que eu posso interagir com o pessoal, né? No caso, eu posso questionar, né, pessoas sobre isso.
It appears that the saltpeter explosion rattled the locals. Can't blame them for staying at home.
Menos com esse puto, porque esse puto não interage. Eu acho que eu vou dar uma olhada aqui primeiro, né, na área das favelas.
Help me, please.
Sorry, sir, I can't help you.
Could you help me?
I don't think anyone here knows the answer. You should ask someone else.
Help me, please.
I don't think anyone here knows the answer. You should ask someone else.
O jogo em si ele não é difícil, a pessoa só tem que achar o lugar certo pra perguntar.
May I ask you something? I don't think anyone here knows the answer. You should ask someone else. May I ask you something?
I don't think anyone here knows the answer. You should ask someone else.
Help me, please.
I can't tell you because I don't know.
Ah, Sherock. Sai.
Could you help me?
Of course I know. To cut a long story short.
As pessoas dizem que o Sr. Salveee pode ter ido verificar o navio que explodiu ontem na terceira doca.
Help me, please. I don't think anyone here knows the answer. You should ask someone else. May I ask you something?
I don't think anyone here knows the answer. You should ask someone else.
May I ask for your assistance?
I wish I could be of help, but I can't. Sorry.
Is this familiar to you? I don't think anyone here knows the answer. You should ask someone else.
Pelo visto, não tem como mais eu questionar sobre a carteira do Roy. Aqui é a área a fábrica de carvão. Onde ficaria Doca 3?
Can I ask you a question?
I don't think anyone here knows the answer. You should ask someone else.
Is that the sort of thing?
Not in the mood, mate. Shoo!
Pardon me, sir. I am looking for Roy...
Not again. Yes, I'm Roy. But I can't help you find your uncle or whoever you've lost.
Now, what makes you think I would inquire about missing people?
You are the fourth person to ask this week. Just because I work at the port doesn't mean I keep track of everyone who comes here.
You say we are not the first to ask you about a disappearance. Do you recall anything about those who came inquiring?
I only remember the foreign woman. I didn't catch her name, but those are her posters hanging up everywhere. She has badgered me twice now, and I still don't know nothing.
And this woman can be found?
No clue. She was talking gibberish.
May I ask what you're doing here?
This is where the ship sank the other day. I'm trying to work out how we'll remove it.
Now, where was I?
Altura 1,67. Mancha de tinta de carimbo. Relógio de bolso Walton. Uma fortuna. Ouro sólido. Tem tonificação muscular. Não é musculoso. Em inglês, de aproximadamente 1,65 de altura, complexidade média, sua falta muscular indica que não é muito forte. Sr. Salveee não parece ter as características do sequestrador primário. Sua palma esquerda mostra várias marcas de tinta de carimbo. As letras ainda são legíveis. HM aparentemente, o senhor é um oficial da alfândega. Tem um relógio novo no altar no seu bolso. Apenas um oficial corrupto pode custear tal objeto.
What are you on about? Sorry, doesn't ring a bell. Sorry, doesn't ring a bell.
I have been told that you hired Dea's son, Girves, right before he vanished. His brother also said you had a metal eye. What do you make of this?
Tell that him to stop making things up. Sorry, doesn't ring a bell. Can't help you there, mate. Sorry, doesn't ring a bell.
Have you seen this before?
My card? Where did you dig that up?
At a crime scene near Baker Street involving a young servant's kidnapping, I might add.
No. Someone used it without my consent. How else would it end up there?
May I ask for your assistance?
Sorry, sir, I can't help you.
Have you ever heard of a man with a metallic eye?
I've seen him even. Dirty Summers is the name. A nasty lout, with a silver ball in place of a missing eye.
I shudder to ask, but where does one find a dirty Summers?
He likely signed on with a ship. I am not one to spy on others, let alone him.
I see.
My advice, keep away from him. Have you been drinking? Doesn't look like anything to me.
What do you know about this poster?
A foreign woman asked to put it up. She's plastered them all over the pool.
Any clues as to her whereabouts?
None. It was hard to understand what she was saying. What can I get you?
Sujo Somers é o sequestrador de Camille. Parece que o Roy pode ser cúmplice do Somers. Beleza. Então temos algo para pegar ele já.
Help me, please.
I wish I could be of help, but I can't. Sorry.
May I ask you something?
No, sir, I've never heard of it.
What are you gawping at?
Mr. Salveee, you know more than you're letting on.
What makes you say that?
A man named Dirty Summers was involved in some recent kidnappings across London. He used your name as a cover for his deeds.
What? Really? That doesn't mean I'm involved, though. Boulder Dash. Sorry, you lost me there.
Mr. Salveee, you know...
What?
A man named Dirty Summers was involved in some recent kidnappings across London. He used your name as a cover for his deeds.
What? Really? That doesn't mean I'm involved, though. Boulder Dash. Sorry, you lost me there.
I shall take my leave.
Eu tenho certeza que o sujo é.
Excuse me, just one question.
As much as I'd like to help you, I know nothing about this.
May I ask you something?
I don't think anyone here knows the answer. You should ask someone else.
Não, o sujo é o sequestrador.
Can you satisfy my curiosity?
I don't think anyone here knows the answer. You should ask someone else.
A gente já sabe quem que é o sequestrador, tá ligado? A questão é saber... Aqui é a doca 3, eu subi aqui, tô...
May I ask you something?
I can't help you with this.
Can I ask you a question?
I don't think anyone here knows the answer. You should ask someone else.
May I ask you something?
I don't think anyone here knows the answer. You should ask someone else.
Cara, ao que tudo indica, é uns galpões marcados com X. Esse com X vermelho, aparentemente eu posso interagir.
May I ask you something?
I don't think anyone here knows the answer. You should ask someone else.
Ai, ai.
I should have helped Amma put out the posters. If she hadn't been in the smoke so long, maybe she wouldn't be sick. I'm sorry about my English. I try hard, but the rules don't make sense. It's stupid.
Cara, eu sinto que pode faltar alguma coisa. Mas eu sei que quem tava colocando os cartazes era a mãe do...
What are you gawping at?
Vamos enfrentar ele,
Mr.
vai.
Salveee, you know more than you're letting on.
What makes you say that?
A man named Dirty Summers was involved in some recent kidnappings across London. He used your name as a cover for his deeds.
What? Really? That doesn't mean I'm involved, though.
Qual é a conexão de Salveee com o crime?
Boulder Dash. Sorry, you lost me there.
Lá.
Mr. Salveee, you know more than you're letting on.
What makes you say that?
A man named Dirty Summers was involved in some recent kidnappings across London. He used your name as a cover for his deeds.
What? Really? That doesn't mean I'm involved, though.
Parece de prata, mas tá feito de estanho. De fato, o menino da natureza diz que... Olha o bagulho.
Boulder Dash. Sorry, you'll...
Mano, eu não tô acertando o segundo.
Mr. Salveee, you know more than you're letting on.
Vamos lá. Primeiro é... Olha,
And how do I fit no? Sorry.
Mr.
What?
A man...
What?
Vamos lá.
Your calling card was found at the crime scene. That's enough to make you a suspect.
You cannot be serious.
Qual o segredo do Salveee?
It's true. And that's before mentioning your gold watch. It's brand new and awfully expensive for a customs officer. Clearly you have found yourself another source of income. I'm sure Scotland Yard will be delighted to investigate further.
All right, stop. Look, it's not as it seems. I did not partake in the kidnappings.
I'm all ears, Mr. Salveee.
Yes, I know Summers. He paid me to turn a blind eye to his business in the warehouse area. Just that. On my word.
You did not tell me which warehouse he used?
I do not recall. But I used red paint to mark unsupervised warehouses. Ought to be one of them.
What else can you say of Summers?
He is a regular at the Cursed Mermaid. Goes there with his crew almost every evening.
What for?
I don't know. I assumed just for a drink.
Lembra que eu falei que eu tinha comentado que aqueles galpões com X vermelho ia servir para alguma coisa? Vamos lá. Ela diz, de acordo com ela, Summers é um cara perigoso. Vamos lá. Sr. Souza não sabe nada sobre esse desaparecer. Só afirma ter conhecido sujo que faz negócios em um dos armazéns. Só não lembro qual, mas está marcado com pintura vermelha, que ele costumava usar nos armazéns não supervisionados. De acordo com ele, Summers frequenta o pub Sereia Maldita.
Why do I have the feeling that you know more about Dirty Summers than you're letting on?
I have nothing more to add, sir.
Enough. I have hard evidence that Summers was involved in recent kidnappings across London.
I'm not surprised. So what?
A customs officer, Roy Soulsby, testified that Summers was a regular here. You must know something about his business.
All I know is his drinks order.
If the lives of the missing do not concern you, then I would urge you to think about your unborn child.
Are you threatening me?
Many people are missing, and the main suspect based himself in your establishment. One word to Scotland Yard and your life takes a turn for the worse. Now, spare yourself the trouble and tell me all you know.
Okay. Summers hired my private room. I think he used it to recruit people, but I haven't seen him in a few days. He paid me cash, so I paid him no attention. Nor did I touch anything inside. Here's the key, go and do what you will. Just leave me out of it.
The hairs on the back of my neck stood up.
O trabalho é mover caixas na região dos armazéns. Sujo, Summer contrata homens no seu quarto privado do pub.
£5. That won't go far.
Fatura no 12B. Data 20. Oscar Summers. Lona para vela de alta qualidade encaixotada de madeiras.
Strange symbols. I don't recognize them. Excuse me, just one question.
Oh, sorry, I know nothing.
Excuse me, just one question.
I don't think anyone here knows the answer. You should ask someone else.
Armazém 12 eu acho que fica aqui pra cima, né? Agora não sei se tá aqui. Primeiro eu acertei, segundo eu tento subir mais um.
Really, Holmes, this ought to be beneath you. As my brother would say, it is for the greater good. The layers of rust will prevent any movement. This crank saw some use. Well oiled and well maintained. Fit for a crank. I can't do it with my bare hands. A hidden passage, just as I expected. Wait here, Watson, and keep an eye on the doors. I'll scout the premises.
Will do. Be careful down there.
Wait, what's happening? What is this place? Where am I? Strangely cold. Something is missing. This cannot have been under the port of London all along. Is the only way forward is the abyss. Strangely cold. Something is missing. Phew, I didn't die. It is icy cold and pulsating. My heart, be calm. Now I am somewhere else. How? It's harder to breathe here. What is that?
Mano, que jogo gostoso, velho. Eu quase me joguei do penhasco.
Head is already spinning. When will this end? The stench. A strange stone. It almost feels alive. My head. What just happened? It's rather frustrating. One down, one to go.
Porta da esquerda, primeira não é. Essa daqui já foi. Última não é. Pode ser que seja aquela. Só que eu tenho que interagir aqui. Cara, ao que tô de dica seria essa, mas...
Oh, that is truly revolting. Frozen and pulsing almost like it has a heart.
Tem que andar devagar.
Did I get out?
Olha o Cuchulo ali na frente.
John?
What is it, Holmes?
Watson?
Holmes, where are you? Holmes, are you all right?
Fine. Watson, I'm fine, thank you for asking.
Fine? By Jove, you should have heard the way you called out my name.
It was just a game of shadows.
I'm glad. This place gives me the chills. What are we dealing with?
Something that's finally interesting. His abdomen is severely bloated. Cyanosis of the lips, marks on the neck. This man was strangled. Did you hear that, Watson?
I hear you.
Someone got their hands dirty painting this with blood. An American passport. Amos Colby.
Amos Colby, cor de cabelo vermelho, cor dos olhos marrom. Data do lugar de nascimento, a parte de... Agência Northwood. Qualquer tipo de investigação discreta. Por que procuraremos no mundo inteiro? Península...
Old bloodstains. At least 24 pendants, all identical and made of tin. I've never seen a pattern like this before. It seems made for simple experiments. I wager they could not afford a better set. This box contained a narcotic substance, much like the one in Kimihia's brazier. This box contained a narcotic substance, much like the one in Kimihia's brazier. Black Edelweiss Institute, established 17-something. What on earth? It looks like the scribbling of madmen. Oh, potent. This sensor has more narcotic residues. I must have seen this one before. That explains my hallucinations. Miserable food, mass-produced. Oh, potent. This sensor has more narcotic residues. A small bloodstain, but not serious. Deep scratches left in a frenzy. The strength it would take to carry this crate, let alone break it.
Holmes, are you sure you've left no stone unturned?
Kianak, Flegethor, Lebumna, Siaha, Inguft.
Tudo indica que tinha mais de uma pessoa.
Miserable food, mass-produced. These clothes are missing buttons. They were forcefully removed. These clothes are missing buttons. They were forcefully removed. Dumpra, a staple of lecturemen's attire in Nepal. Gathered from dozens of people at the very least. These people.
Essa sala aqui é meio que um easter egg, mano. Que é, se eu não me engano, é os desenvolvedores do game, tá ligado?
Oh, potent. This sensor has more narcotic residues. I must have seen this one before. That explains my hallucinations. Miserable food, mass-produced. These clothes were crudely cut off someone. An American, judging by the style. Someone used mud to draw a cross in a rectangle. Why? Fine rope work, cut by a finer blade. people were brought to this place. Their abductors stripped off their clothes and discarded them in a pile. The prisoners were kept in a soporific trance by the use of narcotics. A few tried to resist, but alas, in vain. After a few days, everyone was stuffed in a crate and sent elsewhere. Only one captive was left behind. He was strangled to death on this altar. What the hell is happening, Holmes?
Calm yourself.
Cannot be. What is it? Oh my God.
Please tell me we found all we needed to, Holmes.
I think we found a bit more than that.
Yet we have no clue as to where those people have been taken.
And that's where you're wrong, Watson. We have more than enough. I just need to connect the dots. How about you pack your suitcase in the meantime, my dear fellow? Just in case. Before I leave, I should know where I'm going.
It's hard to know how much to pack. I might bring a spare notebook.
Vamos lá. O que a gente sabe? Quem é o homem morto no altar? Não tem nada a ver com pessoas desaparecidas. Amos Colby. Amos Colby. O homem no altar era um detetive privado da agência Northwood, de Boston. É possível que o Sr. Colby estivesse investigando as desaparições antes de ser capturado e assassinado pelos seus sequestradores. Para onde foram enviados os sequestrados? Não. Eventos no Armazém 12. O caminho dos sequestradores. Os sequestradores estão a caminho do Instituto Black Eades, fundado em 1700. Está localizado em alguma parte da Suíça.
Just in case. Please tell me we're going somewhere warm, or at the very least, dry.
fundada em 1789 pelo professor Clare, especializa em doenças mentais adições, atualmente dirigido por professor Garrett.
Dr. Watson, how does a trip to Switzerland sound to you?
It sounds unexpected. What makes you think we should head there?
It's all about the box with narcotics and Mr. Colby's clue, the cross inside a rectangle. Put two and two together, add a dash of research, and what do you get? The Black Edelweiss Institute in Interlaken, Switzerland. If we hurry, we can still catch tonight's train. As grateful as I have been for your company, Dr. Watson, I'm afraid you shall have to investigate Edelweiss alone.
Alone? Mr. Holmes, I fear you overestimate my abilities.
Nonsense. You are a military man, a bastion of British courage.
I'm no such thing. As a doctor, I avoided most combat, save for one dreadful day. My troop was ambushed in a village, with innocents caught in the crossfire. Too many to help.
The man with the rosary. He was one of them?
A translator, yes. We were trapped. 6 soldiers and myself. I thought it was the end. But Lieutenant Paget refused to go quietly. The men prepared for a final stand. I rose to follow, but Paget shook his head.
Mano, eu tenho que guardar o
He
carro.
told me to run. That I had other men to save. They charged, and I fled through the rear. So you see, Mr. Holmes, I am a coward.
The logic seems inescapable.
Yes.
You, a surgeon by trade, would have been perfectly useless in that conflict.
What? No.
And how many men have you helped since? Ailments eased, troubles tended?
No more than a handful. Truth be told, I have become somewhat of a recluse.
How many people could you help with 30 years ahead of you? Dozens? Hundreds? Paget was correct. You can cease your self-recrimination.
Holmes, I don't know what to say.
I would start with, I am Dr. John Watson, may I look around? The Edelweiss staff will doubtless be eager to show off their facility to a fellow physician. I have already taken the liberty of sending a letter on your behalf to request a visit.
And what of you?
I shall be pursuing other avenues. Should you see anything troublesome or improper, simply notify the local authorities. Otherwise, try a little analysis yourself. You know my methods. Apply them.
Galera, eu já volto rapidinho, tá? Só pegar uma coisinha aqui pra parar a gravação. Por algum motivo eu estava gravando para teste, só que a mula deixou gravando demais. Mas funcionou o plugin que eu queria, tá? Funcionou entre aspas. Mas funcionou. Eu não coloquei pra recordar. Não, Aquinas, tem um plugin que, tipo assim, era só pra teste. É um plugin que ele grava a cena separada. Tipo, ele grava uma cena numa, numa gravação e uma na outra. Então, tipo, as cenas ficam separadas. Eu posso fazer o que eu quiser com a cena. A ideia é, eu vou pegar mais, tipo, fazer essas gravações curtas e eu vou editá-las para jogar no TikTok e tudo. Que aí eu consigo jogar a câmera num canto, tela em outro, todo mundo fica feliz. Só que eu esqueci de parar a gravação, né? Aí eu também não me ajudo. Mas eu volto, só vou guardar o carro. É, realmente, um teste longo é até melhor.
Salutations, madam. I am Dr. John Watson. I was wondering if you've got word of my visit.
Yeah, Dr. Watson. We received your letter on the matter. Would it be to see Professor Gygax?
At their earliest convenience, yes. I shall try not to take up too much of their valuable time.
Wait here, bitte. Mr. and Mrs. Bronson, your girl has made remarkable progress. See? Take a look for yourself.
My apologies for keeping you waiting, Dr. Watson. Surely you understand how medical work can make one lose track of time.
Do not be sorry, Professor. I too know the importance of closely attending to patients.
The work hardly stops here, yet the satisfaction of perfecting the mind compels us to persevere.
I take it you welcome many a soul into your establishment?
Admissions, yes. Visitors, though? I am curious as to what brought you to the Schwarzes Edelweiss.
Word of mouth. An article I read back in London spoke highly of your institution. But rather than taking its word for it, I thought I would see things for myself.
My asylum's reputation precedes it, then.
Everyone, your attention, please. Guten day. Yes, hi. Hello. The name's Amos Colby, Northwood Detective Agency, Boston. I got questions that need answers. Who's in charge here?
What seems to be the matter, Dr. Watson? You can tell me.
By Jove, it cannot be him. Right. Yes. I was surprised because that man is a celebrity. Yes, that's it. Very famous, Mr. Colby. I couldn't believe my eyes.
No. In my line of work, it can't wait. The longer it takes
If
me
you
to
wish
get
to
the
recuperate,
truth,
Dr.
the more
Watson,
lives
you
are
may placed
placed
avail
in
yourself
harm's
of the
way.
guest room.
But I have so much more to discuss.
Nurse, if you'd be so kind as to escort Dr. Watson to the guest room. Herr Colby, from Northwood Agency. How unexpected. I am Professor Gygax. I would be happy to answer your questions in the examination room.
Look, Professor, unless you got any clues as to the whereabouts of...
There is no need to be alarmed. No one gets neglected in my
É culpa da velha.
Now, let's not resort to brute force.
Do not worry, Herr Colby. My methods are rather more delicate. Search him thoroughly. Then take him to the holding chamber. I need to decide precisely what to do with our guest.
The unmistakable scent of alcoholism. Did you walk through their doors as I did, or did they collect you off the streets? Truncheon, not the typical tool for a nurse. This sedative worked faster than I expected. Perhaps I ought to train myself. Build up a tolerance.
O órfão tá lascado.
Locked. I suppose the reception will be guarded anyway. Darn. No way I can get past him without being noticed.
You there! I command you to free me at once.
I'm not sure that's a great idea at the moment.
How dare you deny me? I must have my revenge against the lickspittles upstairs.
Fortunately for you, I'm here to stop the very same people.
You are?
Indeed. But first, I must discover all I can about this institution. Tell me, have you witnessed the arrival of any foreign patients?
Tell me? The gall, the impertinence to bark such orders.
Please, we don't have time for this.
Do you know with whom you speak? I am the great Napoleon.
Napoleon Bonaparte?
The one and only. Emperor of the French, first consul of the Republic, leader of La Grande Armée. Once I am free and have exacted my revenge against the guards who ridicule me, I shall rest happy in the arms of my beloved Josephine.
Right. Well, I will leave you to your scheming, Emperor.
My heart is pierced by Cupid. I disdain all glittering gold. There is nothing can console me but my jolly sailor bold.
Caralho, esse vai ser grande. Olha, passei um ali, falta... Que é isso ali? Ah.
A certificate of appreciation from the municipal councillor to Professor Becker for contributions to the development of medicine in Interlaken. A simple toolbox, yet capable of repairing anything. I can make out the names listed here. This photo was damaged, seemingly by oil. Cooking grease. Is this the kitchen dumbwaiter? Looks like it's still operational. R.G. Hill, Dr. Connolly. It appears that all the psychiatric classics were banished here. John Sallow, the tulpa phenomenon. I'm somewhat of an expert already.
Professor Gigas, tenho sofrido sérias queimaduras químicas na mão como consequência das suas ações justificadas. Minha sessão com o Gerda acabou antes de começar. Parabéns estava tão aterrorizada que se negou a falar e começou a destruir tudo no quarto, sem me deixar se aproximar. O que você fez com a Gerda não pode acontecer novamente. Eu considero os seus métodos uma praxe barbária. Como você corajosamente diz, quer ser o futuro da minha instituição, você deve incorporar meus altos padrões. Não me decepcione novamente. Professor Becker, diretor do instituto.
Tubes of varying diameters. Interesting.
São tubos guias de lobotomia. Normalmente eles usavam esses tubos, né, pra guiar.
The final product, ready to cure madness or to push one deeper into its grasp. Any chemist would envy the quality of this equipment. Raw materials used to formulate medicine. With this equipment, they can create any type of medication.
Heloise K. Dermatilonomania. Morde suas unhas todos os dias. Não desamarrar suas mãos mesmo que ela não pare de gritar. Paciente Maurício H. Diagnosticado. Mania de dissociação. Comentários depois do incidente com os enfermeiros. Foi prescrito jejum terapêutico por uma semana. Mencionar Josefine para deixá-lo mais maleável. Paciente Mariana H. Diagnóstico. Continua aumentando a dose até ela esquecer da criança. Tapor em níveis aceitáveis. Nis J. Colapso nervoso. Visitas não são permitidas. Todas as cartas devem ser destruídas.
Very sturdy. I might borrow it.
What was that? Is someone there? I'm sure I heard something. I command you to let me out!
A gente tem algumas coisas para trabalhar. Como afastar o guarda do bloco B? Garrafa de sedativo. Uma seringa. Dar uma sarabatana com sedativo. Beleza, é só pegar os tubos aqui, né?
This should suffice.
A garrafa de sedativo tá lá em cima. É que não.
This should be enough to avoid unwanted attention, at least from a distance. This is the same narcotic substance that we found in London. Manufactured and packaged here.
Harris Wheating. Pressa-me em garantir que seu filho está em boas condições e que o inesperado desenvolvimento de uma desordem psicológica pode ser tratado em nossa jurisdição. Tenho certeza que está preocupada com seu bem-estar. Confio nas sortes levarão uma rápida recuperação. A guarda dos nossos produtos farmacêuticos e armazém é parte importante desse processo. Você teve sucesso desviando a atenção dos oficiais dessa preciosa carga. Não haverá nada para impedir que seu filho não retorne são. Seguro e livre desse feliz doença.
Tear your lips from your skull with my fingernails!
Miss,
I'll gouge your eyes out and cut off your hands, just like you did to Heidi.
I am quite certain you would, but I'm afraid you have me mistaken for someone else. So, I take it your name is Gerda? Who is Heidi?
You talk strange. You're going to Hell's Door, aren't you? To where those other funny talkers finally shut up?
Hell's Door? To what do you refer?
Only Heidi had answers. Go away, pig!
I
said go, or you will spend your last moments on Earth screaming. This door won't stop me.
Vamos lá.
Good Lord, how unsettling. The damage seems intentional. Good Lord, how unsettling. The damage seems intentional.
E Evan, beleza?
Fabric burnt in the furnace. A jalabia, a traditional garment from northern Africa.
Tranquilo, mano. Faltou minha hidrataçãozinha. A bisca em Georgiano. N4. Jovem adulto, sexo masculino, nacionalidade holandesa. Hoje débil de mente, ansioso por seguir ordens em troca de recompensa. Complexão forte, dosado com adulto, romeno, Ainu, jovem maori. Resumindo, todos de boa condição e emoção de sinal de obediência além da sua raça ou língua.
So this is how they kept the prisoners docile and harmless.
an Orthodox reliquary commonly found in Eastern Europe, now in a cell halfway up the Alps. This stretcher was disinfected frequently. These are the same crates we found in London. I should take a closer look. This is the same design as the one from London. Dirt and sweat. They were locked in here for days, judging by the smell. I doubt that one could survive such a journey with this little water. The kidnappers even provided airflow. How generous. This trip was prolonged and perilous. Substantial blood loss. One poor soul found another way out. A bottle this sturdy doesn't break by accident.
They took you away, and I'll never forgive them. Why did they hurt you, Heidi?
Good Lord, how unsettling. The damage seems intentional.
Vamos lá.
So you're Heidi. I didn't realize I was on Haunted Doll Watch.
I will make them pay for what they did to Heidi.
I believe I have found your friend.
Heidi! Oh, poor girl. What did they do to you?
Shh. It's all right now. Everything will be all right.
Please, Gerda, now I have found Heidi, I need some help from you in return.
Shh, Heidi. We should thank the man, don't you think?
How did you end up in Block B?
The nurses say I'm prone to violent outbursts, but they're wrong. I just do what Heidi tells me.
Have you ever met Professor Becker?
I remember him. He was in charge here before that witch Gygax. But I haven't heard his voice for a long time. Too bad. He was nice.
Professor Gygax seems to rule this facility with an iron fist. Do you know anything about her?
She's sick. She did nasty things to us. Separated me and Heidi just for fun. Before she got here, this place was all right.
Tell me all you know about those funny-talking people.
We'd hear their screams. The guards would take them down the corridor behind you and they'd disappear. And the screams would stop.
I shall leave you two to get reacquainted. An Orthodox reliquary commonly found in Eastern Europe, now in a cell halfway up the Alps. Doors can be opened for deliveries. The stamp on this crate confirms it came from America. That's quite a distance to travel. The stamp on this crate confirms it came from America. That's quite a distance to travel. Carriages were backed through these doors, and they began to unload their cargo in secret. Next, the crates were opened, freeing their passengers. Not everyone survived the journey. The dirty, exhausted, and dehydrated prisoners were then herded into cells. But all the cells are now empty, and I have not located a morgue. Time to find Hell's Door. Scratches. Something has been moved through here. This seems to be a locking mechanism. The whole thing must be a door.
Ainda falta alguma coisa.
I will make them pay for what they did to Heidi.
I found Hell's Door, the one that made the foreigners silent, remember? How do I open it? Gerda, please. I cannot get inside. You have to tell me how to open it.
How can you speak to me like nothing's wrong? Can't you hear Heidi crying? Look at her! Look! She's suffering. I can't even hear my thoughts over her screams. Poor Heidi. We will fix you. I promise. We will fix you!
Leave it with me, Gerda.
Já sei. Ah, tem caixa de ferramenta.
A simple toolbox, yet capable of repairing anything.
Dois botões, fios, cola e prego.
The garments of several dozen people at least. Will this help fix your friend?
Give it to me.
How is she feeling?
Everything will be all right, Heidi. Everything.
Gerda, I have a couple of questions.
Yes,
Shut your dirty little mouth, Gerda. You've said enough already. She won't speak no more. Now it's only Heidi. You helped me, and I didn't cut out your eyes. So we're even. Now go!
Heidi, there are things I need some clarity on.
Ask if you dare, but if I get bored, there will be consequences. she treated us!
Heidi, there are things I need some clarity on.
Ask if you dare, but if I get bored, there will be consequences. You bore us. Look, Gerda, the man is insane! The professor would trick...
Heidi, there...
Ask if you dare.
Heidi.
Ask... You... What?
Heidi, there are things...
Ask... You... What?
Heidi.
Ask... You... Bore... Look, Gerda!
Heidi, there are things I need some clarity on.
Ask if you dare, but if I get bored, there will be consequences.
I found Hell's Door, but it's locked. Is there a way to get in?
Hell's Door? Never heard of it.
That's not true. You, Gerda, told me that Hell's Door makes people silent forever.
And you believe that snotty little girl? I'll personally ensure that she never dares to speak again!
Professor Gygax hurt you repeatedly, scarred your body and mind. You are not protecting Hell's Door. You are simply afraid of the consequences were I to enter.
I could tap your teeth out with a hammer until you choked on the blood in bits.
You could. But then you would live the rest of your life in fear of Professor Gygax. I can make that feeling go away.
How?
I can stop her. But the key, Heidi, the key to Hell's Door is critical to stopping Professor Gygax. And I think you know where it is.
Tell him!
But you said...
And now I say tell him!
The professor... She has a special key. Keeps it close and only brings it down when you people go through. Behind those closed doors, those people start to sing. Oh, they sing in so much pain.
Gygax. Of course. Thank you, Gerda. Heidi. I must leave.
Leave? You joke. Nobody leaves the Edelweiss. Now you will be with us forever!
Vamos lá. Agora a gente monta. Heidi diz que a professora Gygax é a única que tem.
Darn. No way I can get past him without being noticed. Locked. I suppose the reception will be guarded anyway.
Vamos lá. O que eu tenho que fazer agora?
The unmistakable scent of alcoholism. Truncheon, not the typical tool for a nurse.
Agora, o que eu preciso fazer? Eu tenho que ir lá.
John Sallow, R.G. Hill, Dr. Connolly. It appears that all the psychiatric classics were banished here. Locked. I suppose the reception will be guarded anyway.
Mas como que eu vou avisar o Watson?
A truncheon, not the typical tool for a nurse. truncheon, not the typical tool for a nurse.
Será que tem alguma coisa que eu tô deixando pra trás?
The doors can be opened for deliveries. Speech and the Cerebellum by S.A. Becker. Painting in a mental institution. Vogel would be delighted. There's the guest room. I wonder if Watson was able to speak to Gygax.
Vamos lá. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1. Olha. Botar uma aqui e uma no... Uma aqui e uma aqui. E uma pra falar.
At last, you came to your senses.
My humble apologies, Emperor.
Spare me your groveling, Englishman.
Of course, you are right as ever, for you see, time is of the essence. The royalists have risen again, and your darling Josephine needs you. Paris needs you.
Mon amour.
But the guards upstairs in reception stand in your way.
Ha! They will pose no problem for the likes of me. Merci, Englishman. When I return to Les Tuileries, I shall make you a general.
Oh, you are too kind, Emperor. Now go. Your freedom awaits.
I am coming, Josephine. Josephine, me voilà. Catch him!
Psst. Watson. Over here.
Holmes? What are you doing here, and where did you get that outfit?
It is unimportant. I require your assistance.
What is happening, Holmes? I need an explanation.
It's quite simple. I created a distraction so that I could tell you something important, and in turn, I need you to acquire something important for me.
How can you call any of this charade simple?
Watson, we can discuss this later. Time is of the utmost importance. The kidnapped people may still be here. This is what I know so far.
What? You really found all this on your own?
Focus, Watson. I need you to find a key. It will be most unique. All the details are in my notes. Logic dictates that Gygax will keep it near her. Once acquired, you must get it to me. Perhaps the kitchen dumbwaiter could be of use.
Holmes, I can't do this. I'm no spy.
Yes, you can, Watson. You are unfailingly dependable.
Dr. Watson, visitors are not permitted back here.
I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Kuntz. After the war, my nerves, I fled all that commotion.
It is nothing. A patient attempted to escape. He will not get far. Now, if you would like to follow me.
Blood in the water. Someone must have washed their hands here recently. What have we got ourselves into, Holmes?
Ah, Dr. Watson. Just the man I wanted to see.
Professor, I'm surprised you're not trying to catch that escapee.
Please, my time is far too valuable. I hope Nurse Kuntz has been taking good care of you.
He has certainly kept me out of trouble.
Professor, it is time for your appointment with your next patient, Mr. Wolf.
Herr Wolf can wait until tomorrow. I wish to speak with Dr. Watson.
As you wish.
You still see patients yourself, even as the director of this entire facility?
Only the important ones. And yet I rarely get to pick the brain of a man like yourself. I think it is time we got to know each other, no?
I'm afraid there's not much to know. I'm just an average chap living a rather prosaic life these days.
Dr. Watson, those of us who pursue knowledge are anything but average. Now, who are you?
I'm a physician in search of a stimulating career. I have patients, yes, but admittedly, I'm more interested in the cutting edge of medical research. So when I read about the Black Edelweiss and your work on the healing of minds, I simply had to learn more.
I suppose my Edelweiss was always destined to attract other curious minds. But before we continue, I want you to understand one thing. A broken mind can never be truly healed.
Ah, I see. So, what exactly do you do here?
It is simple. If you cannot fix a person's nature, you must force them to forget it.
Surely there are other methods of treatment.
How naive. You remind me of a man I once knew, Professor Becker. But we do not speak of him anymore.
A colleague?
The former director here. One day he realized that Edelweiss had outgrown him and had to leave his house. Do you grow weary of me already, Doctor?
I was simply admiring your office, Professor. Apologies.
While I am pleased you appreciate its practicality and appearance, we were discussing bigger things. Was my conversation boring you?
No, not at all. I merely...
No, I understand full well. You're not seeking conversation.
What do you mean?
It is obvious. Your mind craves truth, but not in this form. You must witness a practical demonstration if you are to learn.
I'm certainly intrigued. Would that be possible?
Of course. I propose a journey between the jury of the human brain. You will not leave without being truly enlightened. Kuntz, take Dr. Watson back to the courtyard. Then tell the nurses to prepare the operation room and the girl with the doll.
Yes, Professor.
Our preparations will take a little time. I will come for you soon, Doctor.
Putz, aí fodeu. Agora eu vou fazer a Gerda ser operada.
Miss?
I hear them scratching. Don't you hear it?
I want them to fly!
Did you see my son? He's such a sweet boy.
I'm struggling to remember something. It's something familiar. If only I could place it. I must think.
This area's off limits. A patient has escaped.
Looks dusty but functional.
Oh, we never use that. I think it connects somewhere downstairs. Did you hear that a patient escaped? All the guards rushed off to find him.
I hope everything is to your liking, Dr. Watson.
Did a child make these? Perhaps I should take this. For all I hope it won't be needed. The only reason to hang something this harrowing here would be to create another patient.
Try to fly away. Escape, my little ones.
A visitor? No, you shouldn't have come here.
Give it to me. No, I don't want to. Why not? You're mean. That's rude, and I'm not. You're lying.
Minor birds, if I'm not mistaken. Beautiful creatures. Sad that they're caged here.
Too bad my parents had to leave so soon. I haven't seen them for months.
I hope you're finding your room comfortable, Dr. Watson.
Photograph seems recent. A commemorative photo album. Been a while since I've been in one of these. Good lord, that's a lot of records. Good lord, that's a lot of records.
Como um tratamento mais sério se faz necessário, meu paciente Wolf será transferido à área N2. É preciso cancelar todos os outros pacientes da minha agenda para serem atendidos por outros especialistas do Instituto. O estado mental do paciente demanda monitoramento constante. Procedimentos cirúrgicos necessários foram feitos com sucesso. A operação física ainda está em progresso. A perda de memória está aumentando, mas não é completa. Ele tem desenvolvido uma obsessão por escrever, provavelmente como efeito secundário. Janeiro. O paciente menciona vários nomes da sua escrita. Um claro sinal de recuperação parcial da memória. Faz-se necessária uma segunda cirurgia, em ambos os lobos frontais, temporária. A cirurgia ocorreu bem. A memória do paciente não dura mais que alguns minutos, embora a obsessão por escrever permaneça. Perigo eliminado. Prescrever monitoramento diário.
Good lord, that's a lot of records.
We rarely have visitors here.
You are Mr. Wolf, am I right?
Oh, hello. Who might you be?
My name is Dr. John Watson. I wanted to talk with you, if you didn't mind.
Ah, doctor. I don't suppose you could help. I seem to have forgotten where I am.
We're in the Black Edelweiss, Mr. Wolf. It's an asylum in Switzerland, and you are one of its most important patients.
But why am I here?
That's what I was about to ask you.
I can't remember. Sorry, I can't remember anything.
It's all right, you don't need to push. Try to relax. Let the thoughts come and go. Now, what comes to mind? Mr. Wolf?
Oh, hello. Who might you be?
We just went over this.
I'm sorry, but I don't think we've met.
We were just discussing this facility, the Black Edelweiss Asylum, and why you are here.
That name does sound familiar.
Holmes, the things I do for you.
Excuse me, who are you? And who's this Holmes fellow?
I am Dr. Watson, and Holmes is, well, you could call him my imaginary friend. That's just a little joke, don't mind me.
But why am I here, doctor? Am I sick?
I'm sure I can take a look.
Cola, vem. Vem, cola. Paralisia facial. Ah, tô vendo um negócio de videogame. Das cicatrizes profundas. Queimaduras que vêm desbotando com o tempo.
Dear Lord, what did Gygax do to you?
Excuse me? Who are you?
Oh, never mind.
Excuse me, who are you?
I don't know why I keep doing this, expecting something different.
Yes! Fly! Oh, fly far away from here.
I don't want to guard block B tonight.
The nurses don't believe me. No one helps me. I just want the scratching to stop.
Pega, Mora.
Get out while you can.
Shh, stranger. We must be quiet. Yes.
Vamos fazer Gygax sair desse. Lascou, por enquanto eu não tenho para completar esse. Porque Gygax se importa com o Wolf. Pode deixar ela aqui. Wolf é o anterior diretor. Ele é de fato o Professor Becker, diretor anterior do Black Elders. Atualmente, o Wolf sofre de severos problemas de memória, mas ainda tem capacidade de escrever. Ai.
Hello again. You won't remember me, but we've met before. I'm Dr. John Watson, and you are Professor Becker. You were the previous director of this facility, the Black Edelweiss.
Professor, really? Actually, that name does sound familiar. Wait. Let me write it down. I try to recall memories through writing, but they always feel just out of reach.
As a matter of fact, I have more for you to jot down.
Oh, yes. Yes, please, anything.
Professor Gygax did this to you. She made you forget everything, even who you are. But we will play a trick on her. We will write a letter so that she learns her lesson. Put down what I dictate. Dear Professor Gygax, Your vile work has ruined countless lives through needless suffering. Your methods serve nothing but to show your own sick emotional state. You are not, as you so claimed, the future of the Edelweiss, and you never were. And by the time you make it to my cell, the police will already know the truth of how you came to be director of this asylum. Signed, Professor Becker.
There. It's done. Now, hold on a minute. Who are you?
My name is John Watson. I'm a doctor from London, a veteran of Afghanistan, and I wish to be a writer, though deep down I fear I lack the talent. And presently I'm risking my life to help my brilliant detective flatmate in the pursuit of a cult of kidnappers, even as I fear it may destroy him. I'm tired and hungry, and I have not had a good bath in weeks, and yet despite it all, I feel alive. Any more questions?
Good heavens, sir. You're as mad as they come.
One of the patients asked me to deliver this note. It's for Professor Gygax.
Thank you, Doctor. Leave it with me.
A letter for you.
Unbelievable. Kunz, with me.
Close, but I don't think this is the key. This is too small to be what Holmes asked for. An Edelweiss relief about 2 inches in diameter. This must be what Holmes was after.
Eita, eita. Isso. Isso, garota.
Nothing special about this.
Um dos fatos que Holmes ele buscou, né? Ele buscou o Watson, né, pra ajudar ele.
Tooth of an adult male, likely lost in a beating. Only a couple of days old. The inside of the cuff is worn. It's been used often.
A wax cylinder. There is something recorded on it. The writing is mostly gone. Phonetic symbols, perhaps.
O banco tem algemas. Mestre ordenou enviar a primeira embarcação dos elegidos. Eles não irão. Confie no meu guia, luz do abismo, pois ele iluminará os elegidos. O método finalmente começa a mostrar progresso. A taxa de sucesso é 4/10. Os insucessos não respondem a nenhum estímulo externo. Assim, o sistema fonético pode ser declarado um sucesso, sem importar qual é sua língua nativa ou lugar de origem. Os indivíduos aprendem o canto sem defeito. Eles aprendem rápido e fluente, apesar. Felizmente, um dos elegidos continua resistindo. O isolamento e a privação reforçou a desobediência. A negociação só detonou raiva. E mesmo após remover o lobo frontal temporal, parece ter restado um desejo nato de resistir.
Looks as if it's been recently used. Dynamo machine. Provides electrical stimulation for the person in the chair. Full grain leather straps. Impossible to escape. A very professional brain dissection.
Nesse jogo é muito doido.
Get out of my head!
Your mind festers, devoid of soul. Find reverence for the one that trembled.
Lord.
Left your surrender your soul and become a servant of madness.
Please! No more! Stop it! Watson! John! Somebody!
Wretched mortal, do not fear what is to come. Let him rupture our world anew. Awaken! And let the
world behold!
The light of the abyss is the light from the abyss. Get out of my head! A hydraulic elevator? How ingenious.
the spell.
Dear God, is that body parts? Judging by the remnants of blood and flesh, these instruments were used for dismemberment. Utterly inhuman. Watson?
Holmes?
What are you still doing here?
Still? I was trying to find more information. Did you think I was just going to sit in my room twiddling my thumbs?
I only asked you to find the key. I had everything else under control.
Says the man who looks like he saw a ghost.
I'm fine, Watson.
You're hardly fine. You reek of congealed blood and chemicals. What did you see down there?
Never mind me. Where's Gygax?
I'm afraid she's over there. I found her like that when I entered, on my word.
What? She was our biggest lead.
Yet another wrinkle in our investigation. What do we do now, Holmes?
Hush. Let me think. The patients here wear the same robes. No traces of blood on her clothes. Must have got on her white overcoat. The pencil is buried deep all the way to the brain. Instant death.
Agora.
Heidi, how did it end up here?
We'd better inform the local police about this.
You're right, Watson. But first, we need to determine where our case goes next.
Caralho, eu não vou achar. Várias evidências apontam a Nova Orleans. Parece que os sequestradores utilizaram os serviços da casa bancária W para vender gemas.
We've got what we needed, Watson. This conspiracy reaches further than we thought. I don't suppose you've ever been to New Orleans?
You are joking.
I seldom do. Let's go. There's no time to waste.
Toda loucura tem um
There's
método.
nothing in this world that cannot be explained with logic and reason. Nothing in this world.
Holmes?
Hmm?
You seem troubled.
I'm not troubled, Watson. I am preoccupied.
That place was awful. Inhumane. It would be natural to experience some feelings of shock or fear.
Men reduced to gibbering
Antes eu
imbeciles numb
trabalhava
beyond
assim,
recognition,
com ela o dia
powerless to
inteiro,
help themselves.
piada dando
When a
na
doctor
roupa
does
ou em
go
cima do
wrong,
meu
they are the
colo.
first of criminals.
Agora que eu não fico
They have the
tanto em
nerve and
casa,
they
né,
have the
por causa do
knowledge.
escritório,
That woman did not deserve the
todo
title.
momento
Such
eu cuido
casual
dela,
cruelty for
então.
such selfish aims.
I knew another man like that once. He treated my mother, perhaps even killed her, depending on who you ask.
My sincere condolences.
In the end, she was just a shadow of herself. The outline of the person I recognized, but lacking all else. She was pushed until she cracked. Should you see me cracking, John, I must ask you to intervene.
Nothing compels us to pursue this matter further, Sherlock. We can return to London, report what we have discovered. Let more capable hands take over.
Alas, there are no such hands. Were we to abandon our quest now, I fear no other would succeed in our stead.
We know nothing of what awaits, what dangers lurk in the darkness.
Nonsense. We draw nearer to New Orleans with every passing minute, and thus closer to the answers we seek. Those answers, for all their perversity and improbability, will, nevertheless, be the work of men. And that is a work I have studied well.
So be it.
I know you to be a diligent author, but if I may make one request. Kindly omit my mother and her suffering from your tale.
Of course.
Thank you, John.
Ah, Holmes. After our trip to nippy Switzerland, I can certainly use some of this New World heat.
Do not get carried away, Watson. What we could certainly use are answers to my questions.
I know, but you look exhausted. Why don't we find the hotel first?
We shall rest when our investigation is over, and not a moment sooner.
Quem não
I shall ask you to
ficaria?
handle our bags while I search for the bank.
As you wish. Oi! Stop it, you! Our luggage! Good Lord, what have you done? That's my stuff.
I'm sorry, mister. It was an accident.
Yeah, I did.
Got a spot in mind?
Actually, I'm not sure yet.
Mr. Frank Barnaby, right? Auction's about to start.
Okay. Miopia. Jornada está escondido. Bengola pequena, algo no bolso, sanduíche. Ponto paranoico.
You have me mistaken, sir. My name...
If you ain't Frank Barnaby, you ain't coming in.
Listen, the fate of many lives is at stake.
I'm sure it is.
So, not going to let me in then?
No name, no invitation, no entry. Move along, mister. Ain't nothing here for you.
Holmes, any luck?
None. They're holding an auction, invitation only. The good news is, I know who might have one. We need to find Mr. Barnaby.
Who?
Frank Barnaby, most likely a local.
And do you think Mr. Barnaby would be happy to share his invitation?
Let us first find him, then we can see if he is the generous type.
Even mosquitoes know how to buzz off.
America, Holmes. I never thought I should be so lucky as to visit.
Get lost. Preferably in the bayou.
Are you able to help me?
Don't remind me of anything. Someone else might help you better, sir.
Are you able to help me?
I don't want to disappoint you, but I'm clueless.
May I ask you something?
No, first I've heard of it.
Could you help me?
Sorry, mister, can't help you. Ask someone else.
More people missing here, too. Our ship leaves tomorrow morning. No room for sightseeing then. Black opals being auctioned at the banking house of E.W. Gray.
Truly, a change of scenery does wonders for one's constitution. I feel invigorated.
Help me, please.
Can't say I've ever heard about that.
Can I ask you a question?
I'm so sorry. I can't be of help.
May I ask for your assistance?
I'm so sorry. I can't be of help.
Yes.
Can I ask you a question?
What makes you think I can be of any help?
Pra dentro, boba. Tá frio.
No. Yes.
Can I ask you a question?
No, I not heard about that. Sorry.
This place, there's a Spartan charm, does it not?
It does. My soul will always yearn for London's gloom, but it reminds me of Cordona in a nice way.
How marvelous, Holmes. A city within a city.
Do you know anything about this?
No, first I've heard of it.
Can you satisfy my curiosity?
Don't be angry with me, sir, but I don't know.
The people here in New Orleans seem particularly friendly, don't you think?
Can you satisfy my curiosity?
No, first I've heard of it.
May I ask for your assistance?
I don't wish to be rude, but I don't have a clue about this.
Excuse me, just one question.
Doesn't remind me of anything. Someone else might help you better.
Can I ask you a question?
Doesn't remind me of anything. Someone else might help you better, sir.
Could you help me?
Oh, I've had talk.
Locked. No one's here. Rather unassuming for a jewelry store.
Damn, he at it again. Barnaby still owes you. If he can't pay in greenbacks, he'll pay in blood.
Can you satisfy my curiosity?
I'm bone tired, but yeah, I'll help you.
Dois caras dizem que Barney lhe deve dinheiro. Ele é um alcoólatra conhecido.
Excuse me, just one question.
What makes you think I can be of any help?
Barnaby, unconscious but with his eyes open. Look, Watson, the two of you are just alike.
Oh, great. So I look like a haggard alcoholic.
Eureka!
What have you got?
An idea. First, we'll need Mr. Barnaby's clothes.
Holmes.
Watson, time is of the essence. You will go to the bank, not as yourself, but as Frank Barnaby.
Holmes, we look nothing alike.
The hat and coat will do the heavy lifting. Just stay cool, play the part, and no one will notice the difference. Trust me.
Holmes, must we really indulge in this farce?
It worked in Switzerland, didn't it?
Sure, if you redefine the word worked.
Where's my cash, Frank? In the bartender's tip jar? Where's the money, Barnaby?
I'll wait here so as not to arouse suspicion.
Mr. Barnaby.
Right you are. Shop owner.
Right. Your invitation, sir?
Here you go.
You okay, sir? Seem to have the jumps.
I'm in a rush.
Come on in.
Heavens, I never seen gems so big.
I simply must have them.
May I ask you something?
I'm so sorry. I can't be of help.
Sorry, I'm just dealing with another client's request. Please wait a moment.
This might be useful. I'll make a note. Help me, please.
I'm so sorry. I can't be of help.
Morning, sir, and welcome to the E.W. Gray Banking House. The auction will begin shortly. Name's Zoe Clemens, and I'd be delighted to help you.
Pleasure to meet you, Miss Clemens. I am Frank Barnaby. I do have some questions, if you don't mind. Forgive my curiosity, but who was the previous owner?
Sir, I ain't at liberty to disclose them details.
These gems are rather curious. What can you tell me about them?
These rare beauties are black opals, all the way from Coober Pedy, South Australia. When they catch the light, the dark stone becomes a brilliant rainbow. It's something special.
It doesn't say where these stones came from. No provenance, no previous owner. I'm starting to suspect they were illegally procured.
What? We would never. I can assure you these gems were bought from one of New Orleans' most upstanding citizens, a philanthropist no less. If you would like to know more, I could get my manager.
You old dog, Barnaby. Didn't think you'd sober up for the auction. An hour ago, you were 3 sheets to the wind.
Oh, you know, I hold my liquor better than most. And the auction was an important business opportunity.
An important business opportunity? Ha! What have you done with the real Barnaby?
Well, maybe I'm drunker than I thought, mister.
Mister? What's wrong?
Sorry, Sheriff, but I don't have time for this.
Now, Frank, when I'm talking to you, everything else waits. If I want to talk, you talk. If I say jump, you say off which pier. Do we understand each other?
Yes, sir.
Good. Now, while I have you, there's the matter of your outstanding fines. I've been more than reasonable, but I'm afraid the bills come due.
Fines? Right, I'm afraid I don't have anything on me.
That's funny. Ain't you at the auction? I weren't born yesterday, Frank. Now, assault, battery, disorderly conduct, that's serious stuff. You got off easy, but if you don't pay up, things get a whole lot worse.
Look, Sheriff, I'm not actually...
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Think careful now, 'cause Frank Barnaby only owes us cash. But fraud, impersonation, that's weasel behavior. And you know what we do to weasels round these parts. Feed 'em to the gators. So, Frank, what's it gonna be?
Here's all I have.
Mighty fine of you. The people of this parish deserve peace. They don't take kindly to visitors. Don't miss that boat tomorrow morning, Doctor.
Could you help me?
I have no idea. What you're talking about.
I told you, Holmes. I told you it was a bad plan. Now we're penniless and wanted criminals.
Hysteria gets us nowhere, Watson. Tell me what happened.
The sheriff saw right through me. He knew who I was from the start. Extorted me for every coin I had.
Bah, all that matters is what you learned about the gems.
I shan't discuss it while still wearing that blighter's clothes. I'm going back to the boat to get changed.
Mano, a cachorra ronca. Parece um trator roncando, tá ligado? É um tratorzinho. Coisa gostosa.
A pox on the crew. A pox on the crew. A pox on the crew.
Always a pleasure to see you regular, Mr. Barnaby. Welcome home.
Is this familiar to you?
You better ask someone else about that.
A pox on the crew. Can I ask you a question?
What makes you think I can be of any help?
You know, I think the look actually compliments you. Why bother changing it?
Será que o cara tá no jacaré ainda pra mim devolver as roupas? Ah, tá roncando aqui. Tá toda torta ainda.
Perhaps you'd like someone new today, Frank. How about Miss Trixie or Joni?
Do you know anything about this?
No, honey, I've heard nothing.
no, no! Was that your luggage again? I don't understand. We just got it back in order. It was like the luggage had legs of its own. Oh, Mr. Pratchett will have my head. How am I gonna fish him out? Anyone got a net?
Forget the sheriff. I'm sure it was simply bluster
now our
and
clothes are in the bloomin' water.
It was like the luggage had legs of its own. Oh, Mr. Pratchett will have my head.
I ain't sure what you did to the sheriff, but it must have been something real hairy to have him chuck your luggage off the pier.
With respect, miss, have we met before?
If you were the real Frank Barnaby, yeah, we would have. But where are my manners? I'm Lucy. And you are?
John, I didn't mean to be rude. I've just had a difficult day, miss.
Well, it's barely noon. And you've already made an enemy in Sheriff Grubb. The man starves his gators just in case someone crosses him. John who?
Watson.
Well, Johnny, if you plan on sticking around, you better change that suit, or Frank's reputation will catch up with you. And then you'll be a John Doe.
Alas, I think one of those gators is currently devouring my spare clothes.
You've got yourself in a fine pickle. All right, come on board the Nymph of Louisiana, and I'll sort you something to wear.
The nymph? Is that what it sounds like? Why are you helping me?
Well, let's just say you ain't the only one who's had run-ins with the sheriff. Way I see it, this city deserves better. Now quit your stalling and head on over to the Nymph. I'll be in room 6.
This Mr. Barnaby is proving rather useful. Perhaps you're not so different after all.
One more word, Holmes, and I'll hand you over to the sheriff.
Sorry, was that John talking or Frank?
Oh, go annoy someone else while I visit the nymph.
Well, look at you. All dressed up with nowhere to go.
I can't thank you enough. As I was saying, our journey has hardly gone to plan. We seem no closer to finding our missing people than when we left.
Well, if there were anything to know, Champagne'll know it. She's across everything in New Orleans. Look for her in the fisherman's village behind the Creole Quarter.
Thank you again, Lucy. I shall make my way there now.
Good luck, Johnny. Keep out of trouble.
Ah, forgive me, Watson. The difference is plain as day. What a remarkable transformation from Barnaby.
If we're critiquing wardrobes, Holmes, maybe you can explain why you used to roll just one sleeve up. Did you get bored halfway through?
Where you at, gentlemen? Here to enjoy yourselves?
Lúcia disse para procurar por ela no barco da ninfa, quarto 6.
Do you know anything about this?
I thought no one would ever ask.
Can I ask you a question?
No, I not heard about that. Sorry.
Tocqueville? Lafayette! Hush now. No offense, Cher. Them two don't take kindly to gents. Especially foreigners. How can champagne help you? Trip to the bayou? Feeding a huge crocodile?
Some other time, perhaps. Word has it, you know everything that goes on round these parts.
Maybe. Maybe not. What you want to know?
The bank in town recently purchased a valuable collection of gemstones from a wealthy man. What do you know of it?
Sure. I hear everything. This time I tell you for free. Next time, you pay.
Thank you.
May have been 2 weeks ago. Rich man's butler sold him some black opals.
And this rich man is?
Don't know his name, only that he from the French Quarter. Folk back in town could take you there. That's all I know. You need a boat? I hire him out for dollars. Or a bottle of you-know-what.
Thank you for the offer and the help.
Careful. Nolans may look welcoming, but not every smile is friendly.
Ah, Mora. Chega. Vai pra debaixo. Isso aqui. De baixo. Lambendo aí, causando coisa feia.
Excuse me, just one question.
I've heard about that. Let me tell you.
O foda é que a Mora, ela tem um bafo desgraçado. E ela começa a se lamber e esse bafo...
Got a spot in mind.
French Quarter, and get us there fast. You know, Watson, the opulent mansions and stifling heat remind me of my time in the Mediterranean.
Cordona does sound rather magical. Do you think you shall ever return?
I don't know. That place was home to some of my greatest memories and some of my lowest moments. Excuse me, miss. Are you all right? What is your name?
Eula, sir.
Waiting for someone, Eula?
Yes, sir. My brother Davy. He works for Mr. Arneson in that mansion yonder. Been 5 days now since I last heard from him.
Come now, why all the tears?
Something happened to Davy. I feel it in my bones.
Do you think he may have left the premises?
No, sir. Davy, he ain't like you and me. He's smart in some ways, but he can't talk. Not a word. He's pure and kind.
Fear not. We will look for your brother. One presumes this gate is locked. Is there any other way inside?
There's another entrance through the stables you could try. That's where I meet Davy normally, but I couldn't get in. See, I couldn't find the key. It wasn't in its usual spot. Please hurry, sir. Find him for me.
I rather wish my lockpicks had not been lost in the river.
Along with all our clothes, books, tea. So quiet. Yet I doubt there was peace around here.
I don't know. Just go.
This must be the key to the stables. Poor animal has been suffering for days.
It's dehydrated, Holmes. Without water, it will die.
Poor animal has been suffering for days. Cayenne pepper. Half empty. Or as Watson would say, half full. This might be useful.
At least that's one life saved.
A scrap of silk, soft and elegant. Luxurious shoes, size 9. These fingers were severed with a single clean stroke, but I don't see the thumb or middle finger. Look, Watson, animal prints. I wonder what kind. Boots, size 10. There's blood here.
Ah! Do you smell that, Holmes? Something bad happened here.
I know. Be prepared for anything. Watson, would you please lend me your medical expertise?
I'll do my best. An enormous blow shattered her ribcage. Blooded, broken nails. The poor woman tried to put up a fight. Extremely sharp and deadly. A wound like this could only be dealt by a man of incredible strength.
And cruelty. I will need your help one more time, Doctor. Make it quick. There's no time to waste.
The hand can bend freely. Rigor mortis has passed. His corneas are already clouded. Hay on his trousers suggests a gardener or groom. A deep stab reached the man's heart. Clean edges suggest a sharp blade, but the wound is too wide for an ordinary knife. This man has been dead for a week, the result of a sharp object piercing his heart.
You are mostly right, but I would bet he died 5 days ago. Heat and humidity will have accelerated the decomposition. Someone was bleeding. It doesn't look lethal. Burnt papers, now completely unreadable. The bent end of this candlestick has blood on it. The candle was burning when it fell. A trail of wax leads to the door. Someone smaller walked over these boot prints. few drops of blood, but not from a mortal wound.
Feliz de saber que gostou. O trabalho feito no escritório foi desafio. O trabalho mais difícil que já fiz. Fechadura feita à mão.
Mr. Arneson with his prey. A dashing portrait of Mr. Arneson. A dull book about local geology. Even I'd struggle.
What I wouldn't give for a nice bath right now, Holmes. What horrors happened here?
Note the blade, Watson.
A curved dagger, probably of Persian or Indian origin. 9 or 10 inches, I'd say.
Arneson and Davy seem to have got along well. He looks more like a son than a servant. Arneson and Davy, 1881. Fauna of Louisiana. Full of things that bite, no doubt.
Querido, eu quero que você ache aquilo que eu estou procurando, mas não posso negar que minhas dúvidas crescem com o passar dos dias. Estou preocupado com você e com o que você ganhou. Noção para quando penso que onde você está procurando por resposta. Eu teria dado essas respostas para você. Eu teria dado qualquer coisa. Carol, por favor, você deve parar. Temos algo maravilhoso juntos, não é o suficiente?
New Pied Piper. Foreigners missing in New Orleans.
You did it. You're inside? Have you seen Davy?
Not yet, miss, but we are on it.
Please, look for my little brother.
Ora, aonde poderia estar a última cena?
Mr. Arneson with his prey. Size 10. The owner's footprints were shallow. Size 10. The heels were sinking into the ground. Look here, Doctor. 2 sets of footprints left by the same person, yet they vary in depth. What do you conclude?
Perhaps they arrived empty-handed, but left carrying something heavy.
Precisely. We'll make a detective of you yet, Watson.
O que aconteceu com Liv? Beleza, ainda não sabemos. Como recuperar o conteúdo da metade da quebra-cabeça? Beleza.
More boot prints. Does it look so familiar? T for 2. An odd glimpse of normalcy amid the horror. A used kitchen towel.
This place sets my teeth on edge, Holmes.
Note the blade, Watson.
Havia um animal perto dos dedos cortados, mesmo deixou pegadas ou pequenas marcas bastante superficiais, o que indica que o animal é um roedor de 5 quilos. Os dedos foram cortados, foram mordiscados, as marcas de... Guaxinins. Crescente número de guaxinim em áreas urbanas tem provocado diferentes reações dos humanos, que vão desde hostilidade frente à sua presença até cuidado competente. A proximidade de comando provoca mudança comportamental no convívio e na interação dos guaxinins com as pessoas. Por muitas gerações, humanos e guaxinins têm desenvolvido um ecossistema invisível sobre o qual os animais se apoiam hoje para conseguir comida. É normal encontrar guaxinins roubando comida das famílias locais. Tipicamente, eles aninham em ocos de árvores e troncos caídos ou mortos, em lugares seguros e iluminados. Os guaxinins não costumam caçar Beleza, sabemos que tem um guaxinim. Tem que descer lá embaixo porque eu acho que o guaxinim comeu o dedo do cara. Aí é de fuder, não?
Today started poorly and went downhill from there. The sooner we get what we need, the sooner we can leave this horrible place.
More boot prints.
The sooner we get what we need, the sooner we can leave this horrible place. The sooner we get what we need, the sooner we can leave this horrible place.
Cara, o que não tá batendo é... Aqui já foi, aqui já foi. Aqui já foi. Ah.
An intruder entered through the back door at night, leaving mud traces in the hallway. Without being noticed, they picked up a candlestick and struck the man in the chair from behind. In the kitchen, 2 people were drinking tea, the workman and cook. They were startled by the noise of a falling body and went to investigate the parlor. The workman tried to subdue the intruder but was stabbed by the attacker's knife. Judging by the wound, it was a curved blade. The cook panicked and fled back to the kitchen. The intruder followed, but since their blade was stuck in the workman, they used the meat cleaver on the table to kill her. Someone smaller arrived and discovered the carnage. They dropped the candlestick in horror and ran for safety to a room down the hallway. Meanwhile, the intruder returned to his first victim and dragged their stunned body away from the fireplace and out into the garden.
David recuou e se trancou.
Davy, please open the door.
After all this, Holmes, I doubt the young man would open the door to a stranger.
Davy, please open the door. Davy, please open the door. Davy, please open the door.
The sooner we get what we need, the sooner we can leave this horrible place.
There, manda o moleque.
Watson, quick. Get it done.
Poor Eula requires medical examination. Be swift, Watson.
Ligature marks on her neck. There'll be a bruise, but she should be okay.
Você acha que nessa cidade a vida de um detetive inglês vale mais do que a de um empregado? Último aviso, Sr. Holmes.
Doctor, Watson, speak to me. How is she?
We were just in time, Holmes. Eula is stable, but lucky to be alive. We should take her to a hospital for a further examination.
Yes. I fear I was wrong, Watson. The sheriff is not a man to be underestimated. To lynch an innocent woman just to send a message, it's evil. We're not safe in this city, nor is anyone around us.
Then we must not dawdle. Help me get Eula to her feet.
No, no. I will not leave here without Davy.
Miss, please, we must get you help.
No, I will not be deterred. I will get my brother and bring him home.
If my deductions are correct, Davy lies behind this door. He ought to be unhurt, but is no doubt shaken.
Davy. Davy, you there?
Davy, we understand what you witnessed before. It's safe now. You're safe. Please, let us in. Your sister wants to see you.
Everything will be all right, I promise.
Yeah, them gentlemen speak the truth. Just open the door. Big sister's here for you. Davy, oh, come here, you. Thanks, sirs. Lord bless your souls.
Let me examine him, miss. I want to make sure he is unharmed.
Remember, he may be mute, but he still understands you.
Davy seems in good health. The bruise is a remnant of that awful night, perhaps even caused by the intruder, but he is otherwise unharmed. In fact, I believe life here was good for the boy.
Arneson and the others cared for Davy. That may have allowed him to withstand such horrors. I need your help, Davy. We know that the man with the curved dagger is responsible for all this. You recognized the man, yes? The same one in the photograph in the office upstairs, standing with Arneson. Good. Please, write his name. And one last thing. The room with an image of a bell on its door may hold important answers. Do you know a way in? Yes. I think I've got it. You have been very helpful, Davy.
Davy is calm and collected despite enduring all these horrors. An impressive young man.
Oh, Davy. Things you must have gone through.
We must stop this, Holmes. All these atrocities. We still have to find Arneson. After all we have learned, I fear for his fate.
Let's take a closer look.
(1882) Notem aí, 1882. Mil oitocentos e setenta e nove. Se eu não me engano, eu sei onde está uma... Vamos lá.
Arneson's signet ring, as we saw in his portrait.
It's almost a piece of art. Well, isn't that interesting? Hello again, Lucy.
Assim que as instruções chegaram, começaram a ter certeza que faremos nosso melhor para localizar esse ponto no qual você menciona. No entanto, devo informar que deve haver demoras na semana seguinte, pois nosso investigador está na Europa. Nesse interim, recomendamos proteger suas descobertas embaixo de uma mesa, um cofre ou algum armário. A gente descobriu alguma coisa. Minha querida Lucy, eu só acredito em mim, assim que tenho lidado com a escuridão que espreita nesse pântano. Voltarei para você de coração aberto. Tenho certeza que estou pronto para declarar meus sentimentos por você ao mundo. Mal posso esperar para pegar sua mão e me perder em seus belos olhos. Completamente seu herói.
We must put an end to all this.
Vamos lá.
It's evil, and I doubt we can count on the sheriff's help.
Tem uma coleção de notas detalhando sua investigação sobre as máquinas. Uma delas, esse maldito empregado, como uma delas diz, esse maldito empregado, como ousa usar meu nome para vender opalas no banco? Será que ele sempre foi assim e eu não vi? Ou a influência dos amigos estrangeiros? Preciso saber mais sobre esse homem, especialmente depois do que eu mostrei ao Dave o telegrama enigmático enviado para Asmat.
My princess, my love, my heart. Fitting words.
We must put an end to all this evil. And I doubt we can count on the sheriff's help.
Davy, we know that Ashmat is responsible for what happened here. We must catch him and hold him accountable. I know that you are scared, but you are also the only one who can help us. I believe Mr. Arneson showed you a cryptic telegram that was sent to Ashmat. You are an impressive boy with a phenomenal memory. Can you tell us the contents of that message? Thank you, Davy. Watson, please copy down everything he writes.
Quando a tempestade começar, quando os navios caírem na luz guia de Starverson, o último braço dos escolhidos.
We must put an end to all this evil, and I doubt we can count on the sheriff's help.
It's almost a piece of art.
(1882) Procuro datas. Abra de sésamo.
These should come in handy.
Espingarda, cano duplo. Serviços adicionais. Gravado na parte posterior, gravado na coroa, gravado na trava de segurança. Preço final.
It's almost a piece of art. The scene is impossible, unnatural, but also familiar. Dense and disturbing notes. It's hard to follow.
Qualquer que seja o preço, pague. Obsidiana, pedra tipo vidro. Rosa Preta, sem ela não podemos trabalhar com as lentes. Londres vem a New Orleans. Deve ser em 5, 6 dias. Você sabe o que fazer.
A foreigner's clothes. By the looks of things from the Near East.
Para alcançar seu objetivo, seja o mensageiro da morte. Então passe pelo fogo sem medo. Após o salgueiro que sangra, persiga os corvos. Evite toda cruz que aparecer. Os mensageiros da morte são os lírios.
A black opal, cut and polished, easy to sell.
Angels, sirs. All y'all lacking is a pair of wings.
Já terminamos tudo que tínhamos por aqui.
Help me, please.
It isn't possible for me to help you. I'm sorry.
Brisa, brisa, brisa.
Do you know anything about this?
Doesn't remind me of anything. Someone else might help you better, sir. Got a spot in mind?
New Orleans port, and quickly.
Innocents slaughtered, a woman lynched, a boy forever traumatized. I fear we've crossed the Rubicon, Holmes.
Davy is resilient, much like Eula. They will overcome this.
You're right, but I worry this portends far worse for us. What have we got ourselves into, Holmes?
Who's your friend, Frank? We love a new face, and his is particularly lovely.
Johnny boy, so how was it with Champagne?
Most enlightening, thank you. And now my friend Mr. Holmes would like to talk to you too.
Well, ain't you something? What can I do for you?
I'm afraid I bring bad tidings.
How bad?
It concerns your significant other, Arneson.
Arneson? Now, who said we were lovebirds?
Lucy, we only mean to help. No word of the matter shall spread.
What are you implying?
The man in this letter seemed ready to declare his feelings for you. Sounds like he was more than a client.
It's part of the job. Men can say weird things when they think they're in love.
This photo of you and Mr. Arneson suggests the feelings were reciprocated.
Looking interested when with the client is part of the job, Mr. Holmes. I don't even remember the man.
You mean to say you take pictures with everyone?
If they ask nicely. And pay.
Arneson definitely paid for a ring in your size inscribed, "My princess, my love, my heart. It is for you." Arneson was going to propose marriage. Facts are clear. You know Mr. Arneson and perhaps even love him back. Regardless, he has been abducted. His life is hanging in the balance. Please, help me save him.
Oh my, Errol! What have you gotten yourself into? I didn't want to believe this could happen.
Lucy, what do you know? Could it have been the sheriff?
I don't know, John. This town has darkness in it. Errol and me, we had plans, dreams. We wanted to make this place better for all the folk who live here. Errol had grown suspicious of Ashmat, thought he was acting odd. He brought up the bayou. I told him to leave it all alone. The water's there. They swallow everyone.
You mean the alligators?
No. It's local legend. The bayou's dangerous. Any visitor that sees Death's messengers, they die.
These messengers, are they abstract or a landmark?
They're white lilies. You see a path with them flowers, you turn around.
All right, Watson. We must find someone to take us to the bayou.
Lucy, you have our thanks.
Who on earth would harm Errol?
Aqui na Vila dos Pescadores com a Champão. Os caras jogando Labyrinthine, tá ligado? São 1:07, tá cedo. Vamos ver se os caras pegou o herese. Amora, se você peidar de novo, você vai voar longe, velho.
Hello again, and thank you. Your last tip proved extremely useful.
Don't mention it, Cher. Champagne ain't one for trickery. Now, if you need more help...
As it happens, we need to take a short trip through the bayou into the nearby swamp. Of course, you'd receive fair compensation.
It's almost dusk, and only fools go into that swamp at night. Come back tomorrow. Champagne will take you then.
That will not do. We must go now. It is of grave importance.
I won't take you. But if you're crazy enough to go, I'll sell you the boat.
Wouldn't you know it, I came across a bottle of your namesake. Will that be enough for a boat?
It's warm. The bottle's dirty. But we got a deal. I'll even lend you this rifle. If you're going into swamp, you'll need it.
One last favor. The boat that we came on is to leave tomorrow for Europe. Would you kindly relay a message to the crew for us? We may need them to hold their departure till 8 in the morning.
Of course.
Capítulo 6. O chamado do córrego. É impressão minha ou tá pulando capítulo ou tô passando capítulo que eu nem tô vendo? Mano, estamos a 9 horas de live.
At least in Afghanistan, we had nippy nights.
It makes one yearn for rainy London.
This place, Champagne, did not mince words about it.
Keep your wits about you, Watson. We are inching closer to the heart of this mystery, however dark it may be.
Hell's bells!
I told you to stay away, Doctor.
That he did, Holmes.
I rule these parts. No hiding from me here.
No case goes cold on my watch.
Settle down, boys. Our friends are as good as gone.
This is it, Watson. Our moment of truth.
Holmes, do you believe the sheriff? That we won't escape?
One cannot be hurt by superstition, Watson. This hut has been abandoned for a long time.
It reeks of damp. We're more likely to sink in there than on our boat. Let's go. Shall we investigate the area? Look, Holmes. Fireflies. How did this shipwreck get here?
Let us just ensure we do not end up the same way.
Será que elas vão...
What was that, Holmes?
Whatever, or whoever it was, we should ready ourselves. Am I hearing drums?
Drums in the bayou? Holmes, I think I heard something swim underneath our boat.
Probably just a rotten log.
Did you hear that, Holmes? What do you see?
A shadow. Nothing more.
If you told me when I binned your paper that we'd end up fleeing the law in a rowboat through the Louisiana Bayou...
I dare say you would have hardly been surprised.
Getting thicker, almost suffocating. The stench of death. All too familiar now. Reeks of damp. We're more likely to sink in there than on our boat. Let's go.
Careful of the gators, Watson. It is stupidity rather than...
É, virei papá. Foda, né?
It reeks of damp. We're more likely to sink. Holmes, hand me the rifle. I can shoot the ropes holding a few.
Watson, stay calm, but be quick. An alligator has noticed us.
That's vicious.
That's nature, Watson. Let's try not to annoy them. That pier looks promising. Over there, Watson.
We're approaching the heart of darkness. This place gives me the shivers, despite the muggy night.
Footprints left by a crowd of shackled prisoners. Ashmat dragged Arneson here. Smell of burning flesh, just horrific.
Keep away from it,
A
focus on
fiery
our task,
gathering of
so we may
passions and
soon leave all this behind.
Thankfully, it's not Arneson. This is not Arneson, just another unfortunate soul. Thankfully, Arneson isn't among the dead. The hand tied here was bleeding in 4 places. This had to have been Arneson. The victim's left hand clawed at the soil. The bloody handprint on this stone lacks 4 fingers. Sunken heels, the result of dragging a heavy body. Blood was poured over someone, leaving a gruesome silhouette. Bowls filled with blood. A worn blade, but clean and without blood. The wood is swamp cypress, endemic to the area. The blood is dry. The axe has not been used for some time. A simple rope. This is how those poor people were crucified. The wood is swamp cypress, endemic to the area. The tracks lead behind the stone slab. Only this indentation was spared from blood. A heavy weight scored impressions in the ground 1 inch deep. Days old and rotten. Damp and mouldy hay. The prisoners were kept like animals, slowly deteriorating under the gruesome treatment. The initials EA are embroidered with silk thread. The prisoner's clothes tossed aside. Arneson was held captive in this cage until his abductors tied him to a cross and dragged him to the bonfire. Arneson was left hanging here for a while before being freed and led to the altar. At the altar, Arneson's captors performed a ritual on him and poured blood over his head. With Arneson now prepared, he was escorted to the sealed entrance. They used the mechanism with an indentation to open the passage. The tracks lead behind the stone slab. The wood is swamp cypress, endemic to the area. The tracks lead behind the stone slab.
Anderson visitou o lugar.
Blood was poured over someone, leaving a gruesome silhouette. Heavy and covered in blood.
Something is wrong with my lantern. Give me a minute.
I won't wait for you. I'm going in.
Sherock, ele é meio filho da puta, né? o foda-se, tá ligado?
Woe betide those who take it. Walk away. Let the unknown be.
That's human skin, and still warm. What's happening? Deja vu, and not in a pleasant way.
Eu preciso das pedras, né? Vamos lá. Passou. Mano, eu fiz super errado, tá ligado? Passar por dentro da gaiola. Dentro das gaiolas. Beleza. Lembrete, passar por dentro das gaiolas.
again now? Axes? What on earth for?
Mano.
Now it is glowing, but why?
Carinha estribulado e perninha tortinha.
There's that glow again. I hope that was all. I can't take any more.
Hey, kid.
At last, the lantern's working again. Holmes, I'm coming. Holmes? What are you doing, sitting in a place like this?
How did you get here? How did you get through the maze? Tell me, Watson.
What maze? I walked straight up to you. You saw me.
Do not lie to me, John. How did you get out?
Sherlock, what happened? Are you feeling all... Oh, heavens. Is that Arneson? Why didn't you mention him? Stay put. I must check if he is alive.
The unknown, beckoning, great one, lightning!
I should examine him before he has another seizure. Severed fingers, the wounds are inflamed. Pulse is racing, 110 beats a minute. Cold sweat, 3 ribs fractured. Blunt trauma to the cranium, dilated pupils, lips moving without a sound. Arneson is delirious after all he's endured. We can't get him to the boat in a state like that. It's dangerous to us and him. This is Dwale, induces sleep and relaxation. Salvia divinorum, provokes visual hallucinations. A gluey decoction. The smell is herby but sharp. It appears burnt, judging by the color. Hard to tell what it says.
just need a second, John.
I wonder what this language is. I can't decipher that text. Pokeweed berries, though they appear harmless, the whole plant is lethal. Pharmacopoeia, listing drugs, effects, and directions for use. Some kind of amanita mushroom. Extremely poisonous. Odorless, watery, and hard to identify. Please tell me there are no wheels inside on us. Hard to tell what it says.
The walls are spinning. Let me catch my breath.
Agora é uma pasta de cor marrom usada em rituais da Amazônia, provoca alucinações visuais e auditivas. Criada na América do Sul, seu principal ingrediente é a planta local conhecida como yeji. Consistência líquido. Venenos. Veneno de serpente. Veneno de serpente normalmente parece uma água amarela, não tem impurezas ou espuma. Algumas gotas do veneno de serpente diluído ou misturado em outros processos pode ser usado como relaxante muscular. Uma gota a cada 36 quilos é suficiente. E nisso a gente vai anexar veneno de serpente para apagar o coitado.
Please tell me there are no eels inside, Arneson.
Bug. That place. I got lost.
This should help soothe Arneson.
I need some fresh air.
Yes, please go. I'll be right behind you with Arneson. Perhaps you can prepare the boat.
O caos rastejante está engolindo um mundo adormecido. Para observador da vida ao grande Lorde. A água profunda chama. Regozije, ele está vindo. Aguarde a tempestade, ceda sua carne. Regozije, ele está vindo.
Festering soul and let me feel. Eyes without purpose and now see the truth. Tear me mind from me flesh, score me festering soul. Phantoms of nothing, we are born to die. Filth in the eyes of our eldritch lord.
Free my festering soul and let me feel.
Oh, please, I wish to return. Free me, let me return. Free me and rejoice.
Eyes without purpose, I now see the truth. Tear my mind from my flesh.
Holmes, are you all right? Here, let me help.
I'm fine.
Holmes? Sherlock! What the hell were you doing? He almost killed you.
I don't... You're right. Let's go, Watson.
Bon Dieu! Still among the living.
We are, though not for lack of trying by the sheriff.
Well, he'd been telling people you died in the swamp despite his trying to save you. Crooked man. Through and through. Wait, is that Mr. Arneson?
Yes, but he's not well. You know Lucy?
Belle from the Nymph? That I do.
Please bring her here. Mr. Arneson needs to see a familiar face if he's to have any chance of surviving.
Power of the heart. I get you. Wait here.
Errol? Oh, Errol!
Reckon we should give him space. Farewells are painful.
No. Tell me that's not true.
Watson,
Mr. Arneson has endured a lot. Lost 4 fingers, a lot of blood, and some of his sanity. But with rest and tender care, he ought to survive those injuries, both physical and mental.
Thank you, Johnny. I'll take care of him. Thank you for bringing him home to me. We'll be all right.
Are you quite certain? Do you have the space? The resources?
I will stay with him at the mansion. It is not a burden to take care of your love.
His property is in quite a state. It may not be the best place for recuperation.
Hush now. Champagne will see it sorted.
Then it's settled. Hear that, Errol? Us living under one roof. Careful what you wish for. Oh, and Champagne? I'm about sick of watching that sheriff run riot through New Orleans. We ought to talk.
Funny, I was just thinking that grub did nothing to save your man. Together, I reckon you, me, and Errol have the sway to make some changes around here.
I like the sound of that.
Holmes, our boat.
Oh, we must make haste. Farewell all. Take care.
Cara, pior que esse jogo, ele deixa um belo de um vazio. Porque, tipo assim, eu fico com dúvida, tipo, pra saber o que que aconteceu. Será que no final ele vai mostrar o que que aconteceu pelos lugares que o Sherlock e o Watson passaram, velho? O soninho bateu. Eu que...
Who's there?
É 2 horas da manhã.
Who do you think?
Let it be known that I'm handy with this revolver.
Nonsense, Dr. Watson. As I understand it, when faced with the imperative to defend oneself, one's comrades, and one's nation, you fled. Aren't you going to introduce us, Sherlock?
Watson, meet my brother Mycroft, Queen's best boy. This is a grim augury indeed, for wherever Mycroft travels, tedium surely follows.
In contrast, of course, to Sherlock, a man whose obsessive pursuit of the trivial tears through the most carefully laid plans like a hurricane. Do you have any idea what you have disrupted?
Your ego is inflated as much as your waistband. What word comes to mind?
You work for the government?
International trade is a delicate beast. Your antics in Edelweiss have jeopardized one of the Crown's richest relationships.
Oh dear. As rich as all the butter you've been slathering on your bread?
We need your help.
What?
There is evil afoot. Strangeness and savagery like I have never seen. Something otherworldly festering in the dark beyond our reach. We have seen things that defy explanation. Mystic forces, magic. You must help us.
It's true.
The British government does not invest its resources in the insane or intoxicated. Pull yourself together.
I know men like you. Men like you grease palms, whisper in ears, start wars, and you send men like me to die in them. You and the rest of your corpulent cronies.
Ha! Corpulent! That was it.
Interesting, Sherlock. But as you again drift away from sanity, you find yourself another John.
All right, so the choice is made.
I beg your pardon?
There is only us. We cannot run from this problem. I shall take the book and Davy's cryptic message to Barnes. See what he makes of it.
As you were, Watson. Do what you must.
Another sinking near Scotland. By the Strand for all the details. Cool. Thank you, sir.
Tempestade do século.
Get the Strand. Get the true facts.
Fica na livraria do Marne.
It has been a while, Barnes.
Dr. Watson. Indeed it has, and good to see you as always. How can I help?
Someone is full of pep.
Oh, yes. Mr. Holmes, he was quite the inspiration. Last time you were in town, he offered me some stirring advice, which I have since acted upon.
Holmes is nothing if not provocative.
Indeed, the thorny truth is often hard to hear, but it did the job, and now my heart is full.
I'm glad to hear it.
Much obliged, Doctor.
Barnes, does Stevenson's guiding light mean anything to you?
Well, my mind first goes to Robert Louis Stevenson, an up-and-coming author. I've been following his work in the periodicals. Interesting man. I take it his literary pursuits are somewhat of a deviation from the family business.
What makes you say that?
He wrote a poem. Let me see if I have it still. Yes. Say not of me that weakly I declined the labours of my sires, and fled the sea, the towers we founded, and the lamps we lit.
The labours of his sires. I wonder what they do.
I have a book on great British families. If the Stevensons have achieved anything of note, they will be in there. Please, feel free to take a look. It should be on the shelves to the right.
Much obliged. Last time we met, you mentioned your knack for translating occult texts. I was wondering if you could help me with this book.
Certainly, Goodness. Where on earth did you procure this grimoire?
That's a long story. What do you make of it?
It seems to describe pagan rituals, ancient deities. Wow, what a marvel. I can try and translate it for you.
Just the pages bearing that symbol. This section, really.
Entity of ocean or time. Oh my. Oh, already on it, as you can tell.
If you can have it done at your earliest convenience, that would be lovely. Take care of your master.
Ele falou que estaria na prateleira direita. Mais importantes famílias britânicas. Um dos fatos históricos um pouco sobre membros da grande família britânica. Alguma delas foram.
For some reason, it makes my skin crawl.
A mensagem está direcionada a Amash e diz o seguinte: Amash ele é das colônias, não, País de Gales, onde a tormenta começa na luz guia de Stevenson, o último braço dos escolhidos. 1600. Cara, essa vai ser difícil, hein? Alguém tem alguma ideia? O livro da grande família americana menciona brevemente os Stanfords são famosos por seus faróis por toda a Escócia. Curiosamente, o fundador tem o mesmo nome que este Robertson Louis Stanford. Desde a construção do farol Bell Rock em 1810, Stanford deixaram a indústria marinha. Tenham sido os faróis construídos por Robert Success e seus filhos Anne e Davis Thomas. Os marinheiros da costa da Escócia têm que agradecer a dinastia por guiá-los prosperidade. Eu não percebi que quando você seleciona um, você não pode selecionar o outro.
Spellbinding pages.
Tá ligado? encontro. A mensagem menciona um lugar onde o culto planeja se encontrar, o farol construído por Stanford do oeste de Lockhart.
Say, do you possess coastal maps of Scotland?
Indeed. Have you figured out what the Stevensons are known for?
Feats of lighthouse engineering. You have my thanks for the book.
My pleasure, Doctor. Do you need any particular part of the coast?
Loch Harbour, west coast.
Right then, I'll unroll it on the desk. All yours. In the meantime, I will attend to my translation.
Much appreciated. Barnes, have you finished with the book?
Yes. I've written out a translation of the section you wanted. It, puts the grim in grimoire.
I thought as much.
Long story short, it details macabre rituals, death, leviathans, and the apocalypse. See for yourself. I must ask you to leave the book with me so I can read more of it. It's compelling. Very compelling.
You have been of great help, so yes.
Excellent. I could barely put it down. Farewell.
Mycroft, here to buy a book on fraternal dysfunction?
The Holmes family is beyond counseling, Doctor.
True, more deserving of scientific study. What do you want?
I came to warn you. Perhaps you have a moment to...
Sorry, I reserve Tuesday afternoons for time with friends.
I'm worried about Sherock. He's not well. You should know that he has had episodes in the past. Detachment from reality. He will need your support.
Such gall. First you crush him under your boot heel, now you ask me to pick up the pieces.
Your emotions are impeding your rationality. He needs to be distracted, diverted into something less harmful.
Surely you jest. Only one thing shall truly bring him peace of mind, and that is solving his case.
The last case he pursued so doggedly was Cordona. He came home a wreck, and this time I fear he may not return at all.
You are not his father, Mycroft. Not anymore. He is a grown man, a brilliant man. I know you care for him. I just wish you also respected him.
The Crown cannot help you. But I can. Give him this.
What is it?
A confidential note tied to his case. He may see value in it. Just do not tell him it came from me. Oh, speaking of the Crown, perhaps you can help us with another matter? It requires some local knowledge.
I'm all ears.
For your eyes only. Here is a folder with all the details.
Another sinking near Scotland. By the strand for the details.
Do nosso formando Primo Hank não se contatou conosco para verificar a situação. Ele estava trabalhando em uma investigação perto de onde se hospedava. Hank tem uma deficiência e sua casa fica do lado da de um dos seus clientes, o Capitão Stanwyck. Então tem.
Help me, please.
Yes, Sheila can't answer your question.
Royal Berkshire Regiment. They had it tough in Afghanistan.
O carro com o visitante capuzado. O carro partiu e o visitante ficou. Chegaram caixas com ouro da Casa Imperial da Moeda Japonesa. As caixas ainda estão sendo descarregadas. A última caixa foi colocada dentro da embaixada. Chegada do embaixador Otama e do vice. Eles estão tendo uma reunião no segundo andar.
A capital M signed by someone else's hand. His face and neck are swollen, and I can see wasp stings all over the skin. Only his right arm was functional. His left arm was paralyzed in the war. The spyglass was positioned to watch the windows of the embassy across the road. A map of possible routes taken from the embassy. I thought only Sherlock was capable of this kind of deduction. Near perfect camouflage. It makes me wonder if Mycroft also spies on our suite in Baker Street. Unlike Holmes, I don't carry lockpicks.
Get the strand, get the true facts.
Dr. Watson, how nice to see you, despite the inclement weather. At least my flowers are enjoying the rainfall.
I'm sorry, I have bad news.
Please do not tell me Hawk is a turncoat.
Worse, I have found him dead in his wheelchair, out in the garden.
How did he die? Exactly.
He was stung repeatedly by wasps. His body succumbed to anaphylaxis.
And that is all you observed? Was there anything suspicious?
Well, there was one thing. In his notes, I found a handwritten M, but it didn't match Hawke's other writing.
Listen carefully, Doctor. Do not investigate further, do not talk about this matter to anyone, and do not ask questions. Thank you. Now leave it alone.
Ai,
Holmes, I have the translation. Barnes will keep researching. Holmes?
Watson?
Did you hear me? Barnes gave us a preliminary translation of the book. I think we have a lead. Sherlock, what is it?
I find myself burdened. It will come as no surprise that I tend towards obsession. Indeed, obsession oft grants me the insights that have become my stock in trade, but my greatest asset. Yet I cannot deny this nature proves as much a hindrance as a boon. It has cost me friends, colleagues, brothers. And despite my obsession as I contend with the matter at hand, no closer to understanding than when we began, I must conclude that I am of no worth at all. Without an answer, what use is the question?
Sherlock, this is no time for despair. The book is real. Those men went mad.
John, I fear that I am as mad as the rest of them.
I bore witness to the same events that you did. I saw with my own eyes the inexplicable, the ghastly, and the unnatural. I can attest to their occurrence. So take heart, for it was as real as you or I, and thus we must persist. Lives hang in the balance. If you cannot see your worth, then trust in me, for I see it. And I know of no other man capable of putting this matter right.
Thank you, John. Would that I possessed even half your courage. Pray tell, where does our journey end?
Ardnamurcombe, Scotland. Well, shall we be off?
Yes, of course. You can apprise me of your actions while we pack.
e eu acho que vamos finalizar hoje. Se eu não me engano, esse é o último capítulo. Vou pegar alguma coisinha para me beber, eu já volto.
Holmes, if we don't make land soon, I fear we will join those missing souls.
These seas have taken too many, John. Let's stop them from taking more then.
Manuco? Afinal, a gente não descobriu, né, onde tá o Camilla, né?
The door won't budge. Where did the shirt come from? Ouroboros, a snake eating itself. An ancient symbol of eternal renewal. Fresh marks, something scraped along the stone. This door requires a very specific key. An old cannon, probably rusting here since the 16th century. Not just any body, it's Ashmat. Oh, his eyes are gouged out. The infamous curved dagger. It's tied firmly to his hand. Scratches, bruises, and stabs, all self-inflicted. A broken chain. Something was attached to the end.
His body succumbed to all those wounds.
This branch was recently broken. The wood is still green. A human-sized imprint. Someone fell on their back. Whatever Ashmat had secured to his chain, he lost it here. Barred and barricaded from the inside. Barred and barricaded from the inside.
Olha, probabilidade de eu terminar hoje é de 50%.
An old cannon, probably rusting here since the 16th century. Scratches. This medallion saw frequent use. Interesting occult pattern.
What drove him to this dreadful act?
I fear we are about to see for ourselves.
He crossed the ocean. Twice for his cult, only to end up splattered on this rock. Seems everyone is disposable.
An obsidian heart. Masterful work. That's a crafty mechanism and quite ancient. They used fresh blood in some kind of ritual. This vessel is covered in dried blood.
Oh, I get it. We need fresh blood. And no, I'm not volunteering.
Fear not. I think Ashmat can help. Do you have anything to hold blood, Watson?
Fine. Take my flask. The lever doesn't want to stay on its own. Something in the cave drove Ashmat mad.
Watson, hold the lever for me. I must investigate.
So let us proceed with caution. Holmes, watch out! My lever went back up.
The doors, Watson! Hold the doors!
Ah! We're trapped! Now what?
Look around. There must be something we can use. Those holes seem to have a purpose, but I won't risk my arm to find out what. Be ready for anything, Watson. It's all right, Watson. It's merely a chest with coins and a dagger, made of obsidian by the looks of it. Use these with care. Let us be the first adventurers to raid a tomb without destroying it. Terrific. Now, onward before they close again.
Let us hope our paths converge, Holmes.
It's calling me, John. I cannot bear it any longer.
Holmes, speak up! Holmes!
Please, John.
Holmes!
Help me.
Holmes, speak up!
Please, John.
Holmes, speak up!
Help me.
Keep talking!
John, I'm falling.
Sherock?
Help. Please help.
Sherock?
Help. Please help.
I'm coming!
Help. Please help.
Keep talking! Sherock? Where are you? Where are you?
John!
Holmes. Holmes, come on, wake up! Thank heavens. What were you doing? What happened?
The whirlwind. Stars so distant. The sun inverts. The earth, it becomes transparent.
Sherock, snap out of it.
Nothing is everything. We are so small, inconsequential. A shadow in the dark.
I think we best go back. You are not well, Sherlock.
No. We are so close. We cannot...
You asked that I intervene if I saw you cracking. This is me intervening.
With every passing minute, another life is extinguished. We must stop Rochester. We must end this.
Ah, Sherlock, you...
Don't worry about me, John. You have other men to save.
Careful, Holmes.
Sir, are you all right? No response.
I thought that I'd seen horrors during the war, but this is complete madness.
The base appears to rotate.
Hands off, Holmes. We have no idea of its purpose.
They are all entranced, captivated by the light of the lens.
Sherlock, don't touch it. We still don't know what it is capable of.
The sheer form of it, the color, it makes me feel uneasy.
Você precisa se familiarizar com o processo de carregar as lentes Skylight, energizados com o emissor de luz. Os emissores em si não são complicados de operar, mas não pode haver nenhum novo erro, pois o dia do julgamento se aproxima. Os brinquedos de obsidiana perto das lentes. Elas estão resistentes na maioria das circunstâncias, mas são vulneráveis quando desenergizadas. Então temos que ter cuidado. Então beleza. Obsidiana quebra o bagulho.
Black, metallic, and with a characteristic hue, obsidian yet again. This material feels very sturdy. It would take an enormous effort to break like that.
That's it! You did it! The lens broke.
John, the worshippers, we need to make sure...
Of course, I'll see if they're all right. Don't mind my trembling hands. It's not fear, it's adrenaline.
Stop there, shipmates! A storm awakens and we've battened down the hatches.
Dirty Summers, I presume. Nice to put a filthy, sweat-covered face to a name.
That's no way to speak to a captain.
Sherock, get down!
Watson, you killed him!
I didn't have a choice.
Well, what's done is done. If we do not stop Rochester, Summers' death will be but one of many. The sailor who didn't survive the storm.
The port of London feels so long ago.
My sanity is
Summers.
slipping away. I feel like I've been there. They made sure no one could enter through the main door. Hold on. We need a plan. Hold on. We need a plan.
De todas as ações sujas que eu fiz por dinheiro, esta é sem dúvida a pior. Esses sonhos estranhos são mais e mais frequentes, mas tento não viver pendente deles. Mesmo assim, a vida aqui é inquietante, não consigo evitar. Pronto. Estou relutando em olhar para o mar, e para a cara de Ashmat, e para as minhas próprias mãos. Roster diz que logo tudo irá desaparecer, será comido pelo antigo. Seria um mundo melhor, mesmo se eu não estivesse aqui para vê-lo.
I know this company. They make Fresnel lenses, essential for any modern lighthouse lantern. Pay for padding. They didn't want their cargo damaged. They modified the gallery and watchroom. Khalid lenses are placed inside the lantern room. It seems they have placed beam emitters all over the main gallery. One moment, Watson. I'll redraw this blueprint.
Nós destruir as lentes de queda mais pequenas na base da lanterna, de acordo com a apresentação para tal fim, cada lente deve ser dirigida por 2 medidores simultaneamente. Depois de ser ser lançado manualmente usando a obsidiana. Pode ser que precisando trabalhar separados, pois os seus empregados vão tentar proteger as lentes.
We shall apply what we just learned, charge the Khalid lenses, and break them with the dagger. That should put a stop to this cursed ritual. All right. If our future is black, it is better surely to face it like a man than to attempt... Come on.
Look at them all. We have to help them.
Watson, stop. Rochester will see you.
What should we do?
We get answers. Stay here, see to the lenses. I shall confront Rochester.
Sherlock! Sherlock!
Mr. Holmes, you are late. Was the path here not as you anticipated?
You expected me?
We've stood here before, Mr. Holmes. Another you, another me. Many years ago. I wonder what will happen this time.
What? What are you talking about?
Join me. Bear witness to the end.
You cannot bear witness to anything, Lord Rochester. You are blind.
How could you...
It is what I do.
No. How could you be so ignorant? For I have never seen more clearly than in this moment. Never felt more than I feel right now. Every fiber of the earth, every molecule reverberates in anticipation of the awakening. The bile of madness rises in our throats just as our master rises below. I see moon beasts, night gaunts, a witch doctor in Arkham. I see what the stars themselves are dreaming. I know more than any man has ever known.
You are delusional. How did you do it? The compulsions, the visions, was it some form of hypnosis or no? A drug, perhaps, tell me.
Bah! There is no ruse. There is no big reveal. It is exactly what it seems. You still fight so desperately against this truth, but you feel it too. Yes? Yes?
You are mad. You have mistaken hallucinations for reality.
Are you really want to talk, Mr. Holmes? Speak truthfully now. In the port, in the swamp, what did you see?
Meaningless dreams, the result of asphyxiation or medication.
No, no, no! You are lying to yourself, Mr. Holmes! Why? If you are not here for the truth, then you are a diversion, but no more! Ruler Kanga! Oh, Master! Oh, Great One! He has come! Take me! Accept my sacrifice! The world is yours!
Ainda nem, o Palácio Mental é uma bússola para os crimes mais complexos.
You cannot bear witness to anything, Lord Rochester. You are blind. It is what I do.
I see.
You are You are mad.
Are you?
Something beyond the capacities of my imagination, a world so...
But so familiar. Yes, I see it too.
It's completely broken. Something is missing here. Interesting. This could prove useful.
Cara, pior que eu acho que eu fiz alguma caca. Deixa eu carregar um pouco mais para trás, vamos ver da onde é que volta. Já tem o plano formulado? Já.
All right. Look at them all. What's... But you... What? Joy?
You cannot bear witness.
I see.
You are. You are.
Are you?
Eu buguei o jogo, tá? Então, pra quem tá vendo aí, provavelmente vai ver essa cena de novo. Aí por isso que eu tô pulando os textos, tá?
It's completely broken. Something is missing here. Interesting. This could prove useful.
What is the point? What are you hoping to achieve with all this slaughter? Do these people deserve such suffering?
They are just tools. Their existence is meaningless unless put to use. Oh, all-seeing master. Oh, grand God beneath. How he has blessed them with purpose.
You use them for cruelty.
I've seen a man eat his own flesh just to hear the whispers of lizards. I've seen a mother behead her newborn that she might travel to another world. Galaxies swallow each other whole. Light folds in on itself until nothing remains. You know not cruelty, Mr. Holmes. Cruelty is for such knowledge to be beyond the reach of so many.
This is hubris delusion. You are Icarus flying too close to the sun.
No, no. You misinterpret the legend, Holmes. Icarus flew. He reached heights no man had ever reached. One must imagine Icarus happy.
He burned! Rochester plummeted to his death!
And were you to ask him of his choice, he would have not a single regret. Every step I took was necessary. Every drop of blood a blessing. Every death predestined. Surely you understand. It was for knowledge. The only thing worth living for. Why must you remain so blind? Be honest. What is it you fear?
I'm afraid that it will cost me my sanity, much as it has cost you yours.
There is no such thing as sanity. There is only the world as it is, and one's willingness to accept it.
You truly believe it? That a god arises from below, that the world shall end?
There is only nothingness. Only chaos and torture and endless time, stretching its wings, baring its teeth.
It's preposterous. It's nonsense. It's... You've drugged me. The fumes in the temple, narcotics, bad reaction. Or you're one of my cross agents. Yes. Yes, this has the stink of my brother all over it. No, wait. Of course. I am dreaming in the asylum. In Black Edelweiss, tied to a chair.
You are standing right here, Holmes, as you always do.
You said that before. You said we had met, but I've never seen you before in my life.
The cycle repeats. Old becomes new, and we remain pawns in the hands of a god. Submit! Submit to your inconsequence!
It is unthinkable.
It is undeniable.
I cannot.
When you have eliminated all which is impossible, then whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. Now, Holmes, now is the moment. You know it in your heart. Say it. Say it!
It's an illusion. A delusion. I am mad. I have become my mother.
No, no, no! You are lying to... Ah!
Porra, eu errei. Porra, volta daqui. Puta que pariu. Mas o Sherock ele já meio que é fudido da cabeça, né? O Sherock, se você conhece a história dele, já é meio que lascado da cabeça.
Oh, you're one of my cross. I am dreaming, Emirs.
You are stuck. It is un... When you... Now! It...
Tanto que na própria série, né, o Sherock ele é descrito como uma pessoa que não bate bem no...
Maybe your god is unstoppable, but you are merely a man. And I know how to stop you.
What do you mean? What have you done?
I have made a friend.
Yeah! No! Curse you! Oh, Great One, forgive me!
It is over, Rochester.
I thought this time would be different. But the gods laugh at man's arrogance.
Sherock, come back down!
The wave!
Come with us! Turn yourself in, save yourself!
The abyss calls for me, Mr. Holmes, as it does for you. The final problem approaches, and you too shall fall.
Sherock, please! Rochester, don't!
Such heights we reach!
No! God! Sherock, we must get inside! I have to see it, John. I have to know.
Apologies, did I rouse you? I could relocate to the study, but I wanted to be at hand should you need me.
No. The sound of your keys. It is my tether back to the waking world.
I find writing of our adventure helps me too. Perhaps at some point you could read it and tell me if it accords with your memory. There are moments in our journey that only you were privy to. Your encounter with Gygax, your visions with Light of the Abyss, your confrontation with Rochester.
No.
Pardon me?
Do not publish it. It would be professional suicide. You would be a laughingstock, a fabulist, concocting penny dreadfuls for the unwashed masses. And I would no longer attract a distinguished clientele, but madmen convinced I could connect them to their deceased relatives or help them capture a fairy.
Ah. It doesn't seem to get any better, does it?
When I close my eyes, John, I am falling. Falling into a black abyss. It is endless and suffocating and unforgiving. What I would give for a dreamless night.
It's going to be all right, Sherlock.
What is that?
It will help you rest.
No, not that. No. I say, Watson, would you be afraid to sleep in the same home as a lunatic, a man with softening of the brain, an idiot whose mind has lost its grip?
Not in the least.
That's lucky.
Caralho, eles estão molhados, hein? Será que tem alguma coisa? Alguma coisa após os créditos? Vou dar uma pulada. Não tem nada. Vamos ver em capítulos. Isso, né, galera do YouTube?